Hey there, my name is Rahul. Welcome back to Tubeguruji channel. And today we are going to learn how to create the educational app from the scratch using the React Native. This course is completely beginner friendly, okay? And as you know, right, we took the poll on the YouTube, and the educational app is most voted course that which you are looking for. So that I am creating the completely full stack React Native application, and I will teach you how to do that. If you see on the screen right now, this is the Figma prototyping, okay? And as I told you, we are developing everything from the scratch, from developing the API to designing the or developing the application to publish the application on App Store and the Play Store, okay? So let's walk through the application, and then we will learn, we will see which technology we are using for this particular course, okay? So in this course, if you see, right, this is the login screen, very first screen we are developing, and with the help of Firebase authentication, we are using this Google sign-in authentication system, okay? If once I sign in on the screen, you will you will jump it on the home screen, and here you will find this beautiful UI, okay? So here, first of all, you will see your name, the image, you will have a search bar. Then we will learn how to filter out and how to search from our database so that user can able to search in our application. Then we have this beautiful slider, and here you will see this video course, right? So I will teach you how to integrate the video in our application, okay, so that user can watch our video course as well. Then we have this popular course, right? So if you see in this prototype, we added the basic Python, basic React JS, and so on. If I click on any of this course, you will launch on this beautiful page where it describe about the course. Then the content of this particular course, right? This is very pocket friendly programming learning application we are building right now. And if you see, right, in this Python basic, you have introduction, variable, data types, number, casting, and so on. If I open any of this, right, you will see this beautiful page where it describes the particular topic, okay? Yeah, you explain the topic with some example. You can run this particular code and you will get the output on the screen as well. Also, if you click on the next button, right, this particular if you see right out, there are in this particular introduction section, there are 5 topics. In this case, we are showing like this, right? And once you finish this course, we will come back to our previous page where it show the tick mark, okay? This particular course you completed. Then we will learn how to save each user data in a database, right, through the API. So this is very helpful for those who are completely beginner. Then as I say, right, once I click on any other page, you will learn how to navigate from one page to another page. We will learn React navigation, the tab navigation, and so on. Go back to our page, and if you see, right, if I open the video course, you will see this. You can play the introduction video, and if I click on any of this particular course content, the it will play the video because this is a video course, okay? So guys, watch this complete course, right? For you, as I told you, this is completely beginner friendly. I am creating this course in a small videos, okay, so that you can understand, you can learn each section, and you can practice it, okay? Also, let's I'll see which technology we are using for this one, okay? So first of all, as everyone know, this is the React Native application which we are going to build, right? So obviously we are using the React Native, okay? So don't worry if you don't know anything about the React Native. You don't need to worry about that because I am teaching from creating the application from the React Native to publishing the application on the Play Store and App Store, okay? So you don't need to worry about that one. Then with the help of Expo, right, we are going to build our application. This is the very much one of the most popular build tool in the market in order to build the React Native application. As you are beginner, right, this tool help you to learn React Native much faster. So we will use this build tool, okay? And with the help of this Expo, you can run your and test your application directly in mobile, okay? So it's very interesting. Then, as I say, right, we are building the API. So we are using the Strapi content management system. Okay, this is the completely free open sources, and with the help of this Strapi, we are managing our all the content for our application, and this will also give us the API without writing any of the code. Okay, so I will teach you the Strapi as well, how to create the Strapi application and how to publish it as well. Okay, also I will teach you how to create the API from it, right? So as I say, you don't need to write a code for this API if you are using Strapi. Okay, then in order to store the images and everything, we are using Cloudinary. So this Cloudinary is, again, it's free, completely free. Okay, and we will connect this Cloudinary to our Strapi application, so that whenever we upload any content with the image or video, it will store in our Cloudinary server. Okay, so again, this is completely free. And in order to use database, Strapi provide a various type of database you can use it, right? In this application we are using MySQL database. Okay, and again we are connecting Strapi with the MySQL. I will teach you how to do it. Okay, on the internet, this is the only one course you will find with the all this feature in one course, and everything we are learning from the scratch. And the last but not the least, the Firebase. We are using the Firebase in order to authenticate and add this Google sign in our application, so that you will learn how to integrate Firebase in our application, and then you can use the authentication service from the Firebase. Also, if you are interested, you can use other services as well once you integrate the Firebase. So this is very important. You need to learn Firebase integration with the React Native. And another thing, right? If you are using the MySQL from the local from your machine, obviously you don't need to pay anything, it's completely free. But if you want to put MySQL on the server, I will recommend this Hostinger shared hosting. Okay, and this is very much cheap shared hosting. You will find it. I put the link in the description. You can use it, so you will get the 75% off on the hosting, and you can buy it. Okay, so it's very cheap. You can just pay $2 a month. Okay, and it includes unlimited MySQL database. You can use it. Okay, and you can, I will teach you how to connect this remote MySQL data with the Strapi, so that we can put all our application content in the Strapi CMS. Okay, and this obviously connected to the MySQL database. So I will teach you everything from the scratch. So guys, as I told you, this is the one of the best course you will find in the YouTube right now. Okay, so please, if you did not subscribe to my channel, subscribe to my channel and watch all this video. Okay, at the end of this course, I will put the lucky draw from my the subscribers. So please subscribe to my channel, and those who subscribe to my channel, and at the end of this course, it he will get $25 of Amazon gift card. Okay, so please subscribe now. And before doing any further delay, let's begin. So in this section, we are going to create the React Native application using Expo. So if you don't have the Node.js installed in your system, the first go to the and install this Node.js. Okay, then if you go to this expo.dev/tools website, right, you will find this particular command line, right, to install the Expo globally. So go ahead and install this npm install globally. Okay, using the command prompt. I already installed, so I'm not installing again. But if you did not have this Expo go in your system, then please install that one. So as I told you, this Expo is a very fast and very easy build tool in order to create the React native application. And once you install this, right, as I told you, you can run your project with the Expo Go application. So first, you have to search Expo Go on App Store if you are using iOS, or Google Play Store if you are using the Android, and go ahead and install this particular application in your mobile devices. Okay, so that you can directly test your uh, application directly in the mobile while you are doing the coding and everything, right? So I will tell you how to do it. Once you do it, right, make sure you are ready everything, and then we will create the application, right? But make sure you will install this particular Angular CLI, okay, in order to create the application. Then just type on Google Expo create app, okay, and it will open first link. You can open it, right, and here you will find the step by step guide in order to create the applications. So let's copy this one and go to your folder where you want to create the application. Open the command prompt, and once you are in the command prompt, right, just paste this particular link. So it's saying npx create expo app, okay. Once you enter it, it will ask you the project name, okay. So here you can write proceed yes, and it's ask you application name. So in this case I will say uh, edu education app, okay, and enter it, and it will download install all the dependency which need to be to create this React Native application, okay. So it will take some few minutes. It created, and it's saying your project is ready. Right now, in order to go into a project, just run this one cd and education app. So you will be in the project directory, and in order to open the VS Code, just type code space start, okay. It will open VS Code with this project, okay. So for this one, to create the React Native application, we are using the Visual Studio Code, okay. So if you see, right, our project is open in a VS Code, okay, and these are all the files. I will explain this all the file structure and everything, and we will run this application as well. uh, so now we will run the application, okay. So before that, let's walk through the all the files and project folders that we have in our project. So if you see, right, these are the asset, this is the asset folder, and it includes the all our images, video, or any other files, right, which we need in the application. So we keep everything in the asset folder. Basically, it includes the images or video, mp3, something like that, right. Then node module, you can ignore that one for now. In the app.js, right, this is the starting point for our application. Right now, if you see, right, this is the view. So view is nothing but whatever's showing on the screen, right. And if you know, in the web development we have div tag, right. So it's something kind of similar. So view tag is in order to the view name itself did not to show on the screen, right. That's why it's view. And in the text tag, right, it we show this particular text, okay. And just ignore this one for now. Then we have this app.json, which include the configuration of the application, right. So it include the name of the application, okay, the version number of the application, then the orientation. Right now obviously we are working for the portrait mode, and the icon of the application as well, right. If you have splash screen for the application, that are also be is included in the app.json. So if you want to change it, you can change it from here, okay. Then for the Android and iOS, we can set the configuration, the package name, and everything, right. So everything we will see in the detail when we are going to publish the application. Then we will touch this particular app.json file in babel.config.json. Right now, just ignore this one. And then it's come to packet.json. So it packet.json, it include all the dependency we need for the application. So when we create this application, this couple of few dependencies already installed, right. If you see the Expo, status bar, React, and React Native is already installed. And also these are the script to in order to run the application in various environment, okay. Now let's try to run the application. So first of all, let's go to terminal, and in the terminal click on new terminal, okay. And in order to run the application, just type expo start, okay. So on the right hand side you will see this so on the right hand side here, this is the my mobile screen which I mirror on the desktop, so that you can able to see what I am doing. And okay, so let's go to this localhost 19002, okay. So if you see, right, once we run this export to start, we will get this QR code. Okay, and also this is the local URL which you can open it, right, in order to run the application. Now on the left hand side you will see you can run this application directly on the Android device emulator. For that you need to install Android Studio. Okay, and from there you can run start your emulator. Same for the iOS. If you have iOS device and if you have iOS emulator in your PC, then you can run it. Okay, then you can publish from application from here. So locally on internet you can publish it, but all of this we will discuss later in this course. Right now what we have to do, in order to run this application on your mobile devices, here in the connection type you have to select the tunnel. Okay, so once you connect the connection type as a tunnel, and then you have to go to our Android device, right? So here, right, you have to install this Expo Go app from the app Play Store. So right now I'm using the Android device. Okay, so if you have iOS device, you can install from the Expo Go app from the App Store as well, right? And then just open this App Store. Okay, and once you open, it will ask you to log in or create the account. So just do it, right? And then same account you have to log in it on your application as well, right, if needed. Once you run the application, right, and once you open the Expo Go app, you will see these two options, right, where you can, your app name and everything will be there, right? And this is the URL in order to open the application, right? So let's just click on the second URL, right? And if you see here, when you select the tunnel type, right, you will get this Expo and the some URL, right? So that URL will only open in the Expo application. So just click on that one, and it will take some few seconds in order to download the application in your mobile and then build the application, right? So if you see in the bottom, it's
A few minutes later.
so our app is now loaded completely, right? And its build is completed, and if you see on the screen, we are able to see the open up app.js to start working on the app. So this text is written in app.js. If you see here, right, this text, open up app.js to start working on your app, right? So this particular text is written in between this text tag, right, and text tag which is imported from this React native. If you see, right, this one. Now if you are remove this one and then replace with something else, like subscribe to Tubeguruji channel, right, and if I save it, instantly it will reflect in your application, right? Remember, I am running this application on my mobile device. I just mirror it to my PC, right? So this is the mobile view only. Okay, so if you see, instantly it get changed, right, in no delay or anything. And this is how it works. Second thing, before end of this particular section, I just want to tell you, VS Code there is one extension called ES7 plus React. Okay, so let me increase the size. If you see, right, this extension, you have to install this extension in VS Code. This extension will help you to write the code much faster. Okay, so whenever you create one new component, you need a default template, right? So this extension will help you to create that default template very quickly. So I will tell you in the next section how to use that one. And also from the next section we will start building our application, and we will connect the Firebase with our application so that we can use the Google sign in. So watch this full particular course, and if you do not subscribe to my channel, subscribe to my channel. Thank you. So welcome back to another episode of educational app by React Native. Okay, so this is a complete React Native course for the beginners, and we are in the tutorial where we are going to build the Google authentication system for our application, right? So we are building the login page with the Google sign in authentication using the Expo. So here in the last section, right, we are able to run the project. Okay, so in this tutorial, first of all, let's create a new folder called app, and inside that app I created another folder called assets, and inside that I created another folder called image, where I kept the image for our login screen. If you go back to our prototype, right, you will see this prototype like this, where we have image at the top, then text, and then we have this button, right? I will share this prototype with you, so link is in the description, so you can check it out, and you can use it for your reference purpose. Now here in this app folder, right, I will create another folder called pages, where I will put all my pages like login screen, home screen kind of thing, right? And inside this page I will create one page called login.js, right, for our login screen. So now if you remember, in the last video I told you to add the extension, okay, and right now we are using that extension. So right now we have to define some template here, right? The starting code, we can say that. And if I just write raf, right, and you will see this bunch of option, right? And if you see, right, we are working on the React Native, so just type rnf, and you will see this default templates get created directly without writing any code, because this extension will give you the basic template in order to start writing our code, right? So in the this default template, right, we have this view, and inside this view we are showing the text called login. Now in order to display this login on the our devices, right, you can say emulator, you have to import that in app.js, right? So I will right now I will remove all of this code, and here I will import this login page, right? So make sure you import this one, right? If you see, right, I imported this, and we import this is login as well, and just save it. And if you see, right, login text is getting printed, because in the login.js we just have this particular login text. If I change to login with sign in, you will see this text as well, right? Login is sign in kind of thing. Okay, so I hope you understand this particular thing, how can you import the component in one another, correct? So right now I will remove this styling, because right now it's coming in the center. If I remove the styling, and now this text is coming in the left side corner, left side top corner. Okay, now in the login.js, if you see the prototype, we have image at the top, and then we have this section, and also if you see, right, we have this beautiful rounded corner as well, so you will implement that one as well. So I will remove this particular text, and let's add the image first. So we have in order to add the image in the React Native, we have a tag called image, okay, and when you are using this tag, make sure you import this tag. If I click on image, right, you will see this tag get imported, right, and close the tag. Now we have to provide the source, okay, and the source which is we are fetching is from the local only. So here we have to write require. Okay, so when you are fetching the source from the local, if you are fetching it from the some URL, it's a different one. I will tell you how to do that as well later in this particular course. So let's write require, and inside this require, you have to give the path. Okay, so here I can say slash, then assets, oops sorry, then assets, then inside that is we have images, and inside this image, right, we have image called login.png, and save it. As soon as you save it, if you see right hand side, the image get display on the screen. Okay, perfect. Now next, you don't want to give any styling, because the image is already in the correct size, but you can give width, height, depends on your requirement. Next we have the text called welcome to education app. Okay, so let's give the text here. Okay, and just write welcome to I gave this application name as a code box, so I will write welcome to code box, right? So if you see, right, when I write this welcome to text box in the text tag, right, so it display on the screen. Now you can give some styling to this one, right? So let's give styling. So when you have to write style in double curly bracket, you have to write the styling and all. So here I can say font size, to be like, let's say 30 pixel. Okay, or you can select 35 pixel, 35 only. And then you can write text to be aligned in the center. And also I will make the font to be bold, so let's make font to weight to be bold. Okay, so if you observe one thing, right now I'm giving the inline styling, right? So this is the inline styling, but you can define the styling outside as well. So in order to define this styling outside, right, add the default template using our extension and just type rnss, so it will add the default template to write the styling. And make sure once you add this, you will import the style sheet from the React Native. Okay, and then you can just copy this all of this styling, remove from here, and here you can add it. So I can write welcome text. Okay, and inside that you can write your styling. Okay, perfect. So this writing the styling externally, right, will help you to structure your code beautifully. Okay, this is very important. And if you are writing styling, because for example if you are giving styling and which has a number of properties, right, then it's better to define styling outside. Otherwise you can define the inline styling. Okay, so I define the styling, but here now you have to attach this style, right? So you can access this welcome text by defining styles dot welcome text, and if I save it, you will not see any change because I applied the same styling, right? Now let's give some margin from the top. So I will not give margin, I will give padding. So let's say padding. Okay, so here, right, just give comma first, and then if I write padding, right, you'll get bunch of options. So let's padding, and I will say padding from the top like 4 40 pixels, something like this, right? But before that, I will wrap this particular text in one view. Okay, so define view, and inside that view I will add this text because we want to give this rounded corner, right? That's the reason. And then I will apply this inline styling here. Okay, or not inline styling, let's define the external styling. So right, say let's add one container here. I will remove this padding top from here and say let's container. Okay, and inside this one, let's give comma here first, and here you can define padding from the top. So just write padding top, let's say 40. Okay, and then you can apply it here, right? You got the error because we did not define the style. So define style dot container and save it, and if you see, right, text is coming because we added the margin. Also, in order to add the corner, right, first of all what we will do, we will move this particular view to the top. So just the margin top, and here I will give the margin minus 20. Okay, so if you see, right, it moved to top, right, but you don't see anything because we don't have background color right now. Background color is transparent, so let's give background color, and here we can give background color to be white. So let's define background color in code, and if you say it's moved to up now. And now if you try to give the radius at the top, right, so if you see border top right radius, let's give 20, and if I save it, you will see here, right, it's changed completely, right? Same, you have to give border top left, so or start radius you can say, and just give the 20 here again, not start actually. So here it's border top left radius, and save it. And you see on both side we got this radius effect. You can give more, 30 for example, and save it, right? We got this beautiful effect. I will make it minus 25. Okay, perfect. Now let's add this particular text, because if you see because let's if you see, right, we have this login and sign up text as well. So add that text, particular text. So below this we'll add the text and just say login slash sign up. Right now in this case, I know the styling is a little bit, so I can use styling here directly. Okay, the which is the inline styling, and I can say the text size. First of all, I will take text aligned to be in the center. If I save it, it's coming in the center, correct? And also I will give some margin from the top. So just write margin top to be 40. Okay, and text size or font size, not text size but font size, to be 25. 25 is more, 25 like this. Perfect. Okay, and then we have button, right? Now if you see, our button is have icon and rounded corner with the text, correct? And the background is kind of blue. So in order to achieve the aspect, I will define in a view first. Okay, and inside view, I need to define icon and then text. Let's define text first. Okay, and it's just write sign in with Google. Okay, and save it. You are able to see this particular text, right? Now here we will apply this some styling to this one. So I will define some styling here first. So here you can define button, and here I can define style. So first of all, I will give the background color. Okay, and now I want to give blue. So here is thing, right? Every time when you using some of the color, right, you have to define the color code every time, and it's very hard to remember the color code or find the color code, right? So in order to solve this issue, right, what I will do, I will put all the color code in one file. So first of all, let's go to a app folder, and inside this app folder I will create one folder called shared. Okay, so in this shared folder it contains all the file which is we are sharing across the application, and inside this I will say color.js file. So let's colors.js. Now here we can define the color. So just write export default, because we want to export it, because we can use it anywhere, right? And here we can define the color code. So right now our application has a primary color which is kind of blue. So let's take the color. So let's go over here, and I will just copy this color code, come back here and define in a code. So we have this primary color, just save it. And in order to access this color, right, you have to import these colors first. So if you see, right, it's importing from the shared slash colors. So import it, and then access this using this particular colors dot primary. And if I save it, right, you don't see any change because we did not apply this button to this our view. So just write style, and then in a single curly braces, just access this using style dot button. Okay, and if I save it, you will see this change, right? Next, let's give some padding. So I will add padding to be 10, and also I will add the margin from the all axis to be 30, and save it. If you see, it's working perfectly fine. Now we want to add the icon, Google icon, right? So in order to add the Google icon, we have the official, I don't know whether it's official or what, but we have this icons.expo.fyi, right? You don't need to install any dependency, because it's, I think it's already defined in our Expo application. So here you just need to search the icon which you want. I put this link of this Google icon, sorry, the link, the library, this particular website URL. Now right now I'm using this logo dash Google on this icon, and this icon is coming from the Ionic icon, right? If I click on it, you will see this import statement. So make sure you will import this particular statement. So import it here like this, and then in order to use it, just copy this line of code and come into our view and paste it here and save it, right? Now as soon as you save it, you will see this icon is coming. So here you can change the color. So I will change to white. Okay, and it's coming to white, right? Now let's apply some styling to this text as well. So I will apply this inline only. So here I can define the text color, not color but just color, right? So color to be white, right? So let's define the white color in our color.js. So white, the white color code is fff. Save it and just access this one, colors.white, and save it. If you see, it's coming to sign with Google with the white color. Now in order to bring this in one line, right, in our button view, right, let me close this one. Just define it, display, make it display as a flex. Okay. Oh, so you have to define in a code flex, right, and save it. And then you have to define the flex direction. Right now it's a column by default, but you have to define as a row, so it will come in a one line. You see, perfect. Now let's give some margin, some gap between these two, right? So what I will do, I will simply give my right margin to this icon. So just add the style, and I will this margin right to be 10. Okay, perfect. And now bring this in the center. So to this button view, I will say justify content to be in the center. Perfect, right? You can do the item to be aligned, so it will come in the vertical center. So item, align item to be in the center. If you see, it's vertical coming in the center, everything. And now let's give some rounded corner. I don't know why it's okay. So rounded border radius to be 10 and save it. And if you see, perfect, right? Now let's give some login sign up some margin from the top, right? So what I will do, I will give margin from the top like 80. It's come a little bit down, perfect. And if you see our prototype, it's look perfectly fine, right? It's similar to the one which we have prototype, and once we design our UI. I hope you understand this particular thing. Now let's add this Google authentication as well uh, to our this button, right? So once I click on this button, right, I can able to log in with the Google. So with the help of Expo Google authentication, we will add this functionality. Now, in order to add the Google authentication, let's go to this particular official website of this Expo, and here you will find some step in order to follow and add the Google authentication. Okay, so first of all, you need to install this particular library. So just copy this library, go to your application, and execute this line of code. Okay, so and make sure our application is running side by side. Here I will add the new terminal and paste it and click enter, right? So it will install this library. Okay, then you have to get some credential. Okay, so you have to get Android client ID. If you are working for iOS, then iOS client ID and web client ID, right? I will tell you how to do it one by one, right? So if I scroll down, right, and if you see, right, we have to add this line of code where it asking for the Android client ID. Okay, another thing, right, there is some trick which not defined in this particular documentation, and I will tell you how, because this is very important in order to work this particular authentication. On the YouTube, you will not find the single video to add this client, the Google authentication using the Expo, right? Because this is some not a tricky part, this is the, but this is some tips that I can give you so that you can add it. So once you install, let's go back to our application and make sure the library is installed. Perfect. Now to get this Android client key, okay, let's go back to Google Cloud. Just you have to go to Google Cloud, sign in if you don't have account, right? And where you need to create a new project. Okay, then select project, and here you can say click new project, right? Here I will define the project name. So right now I will give the project name as a code box. Okay, and just click on create. So our project is get created, correct? So it's creating the project, I think. Okay, so the project is get created now. So here, right, make sure you will select this code box, this particular project, and once we create it, right, and here first of all you have to add this auth consent screen. right? Once you select this code box, you have to add it. So if you see, right, you get some warning. So let's configure the consent screen first. And here, first of all, you have to uh, select the user type, right? So right now we are using this authentication for everyone. So click external, okay, and just click create. Then it will ask you the application name. So I will give the code box. Then it's asking support email. I gave this my support email. You can add logo, domain, whatever you want, right? So it's up to you, and just give the email address. So I will give the email address as admin at tubeguruji.com. Okay, and just click save and continue. So once you did it, I will just skip this all these steps because right now I don't need it, and just click back to dashboard, and our consent screen is ready now. Okay, so you can say publish app because you can use it and publish it. Okay, so that you don't need. Now go to the credential section and click on create credential. Here you have to select auth client id. Then you have to select the application type is Android, because right now you are clicking for the Android. You can select the iOS if you want for iOS. Here I will give the name for this client id, right? So I will give the uh, client id for Android, and client id Android. Okay, I'll just write Android client id. Okay, so package name, it is very important. If you go back to our application, right, and let me close this one and go to the app.json file. So if you go here and select the app.json, right, here in the Android section you have to add this package, right? So you can add your own package, whatever is. Right now I kept like com.tubeguruji.codebox, right? So by default you will not come with this package name. You have to add it manually, right? So I added this package name, and then let's go back here and add this package name. Right now you have to add this SHN certificate fingerprint, right? So in order to get this one, right, go to our documentation page, and here they give the step in order to get this SHN credential, right? Before that, execute this line of code. Okay, and then once you execute it, make sure you will add this EAS. You have to create this file called eas.json and add this default template. Okay, you will find this default template on their website. You can just go and you can find it. But if you don't find it, I will put my source code, and so that you can use this particular file. Okay, once you have this eas.json file, just run this particular line of command. Okay, so EAS credential. So let's go here and run this particular line of command. Okay, so here right now it's saying slug field code box not matching. So let me go back to app.json. Here I will change to education app, which is by default, and let's try to run it. And if you see, right, I want it for development, so select development. Now it asks me to create the key store. Say key store. So it asking me set up a new key store, right, or download existing key store. So I already have existing key store, but in this case we click setup new key store. So here you will see this option, create a new build, creating configuration or code box. So I have already, so say yes here, and then if you scroll up, right, you will guess this fingerprint. Just copy this fingerprint, right? So follow these steps. If you don't understand, right, you can go back to the official website and you can find it all documentation here, right? Now copy this SHN keyword and paste it here. Okay, if you see, right, I added this one, and just say create. Okay, now you got the client ID for our Android devices, right? You can do it for iOS, right? Now let's go back in our login.js page, correct? And from the documentation, right, if you scroll down, you have to change this, you have to add this schema name. Okay, so go back here, and in app.json file, right, we have this app.json. You have to add this schema name. So I will add code box. Also I will also update this slug name with the same schema name, right? Otherwise it will not work. Okay, if I save as it is, I will tell you how and why. If I change the slugin as it is, okay, that's keep it at there. Then add this two statement. So copy this one, go to your login .js file, and here in this login page, right, I will add this two statement, and afterwards, if you scroll down, right, we have this line of code which also need to be added in the login.js. So let's add it here. Then we have this two line of code, right, app.js. So also add that one as well over here, right. So right now we are not added this iOS client ID. I will remove it from here. And here, right, if you work right now, we already have this Android client ID. So I will copy this and client ID from here and just paste it in Android client ID section. Also, we have to add the Expo client ID here, right, because in documentation is they did not mention, and that's why many of the times it will not work, but we have to add Expo client ID. Now the question is, from where we will get this Expo client ID, right? So the best way, go back to our Google Cloud again and create a new credential. Okay, the auth client ID. Here in application type, we have to select the web application and then give the name. So I will say web client ID. Okay, Expo web, I will say Expo web client ID, and then you can add the URI here, right? So in this case, you have to add URI like https then auth.expo.io. Remember, and just trust me, no one gonna tell you this particular hack. Okay, here as well you have to write redirect URL. So in this case, right, you have to write your username of the Expo. So in this case, mine was at the rate RRS301 slash, you have to write the slug name, which is our code box. So here we gave this schema name, sorry, right? So if you go back app.json, we give this schema name code box. So write the code box and create this particular client ID for our Expo. And if you see, we have this client ID. Copy this client ID, go back to our application, and in our login.js, add the Expo client ID like this. Perfect. Now we have this particular line of code. Now let's try to sign in. Okay, so here in with the on the click of this sign in with Google, we need to call the Google sign in, right? We have to call this prompt async. If you see our documentation, so we just need to call this prompt async on press event, right? So in order to add this on press event, right, view has don't have this property. So in order to add this on press property, we have to change this view to touchable opacity. Okay, so in the later in the course, I will tell you different type of touchable properties, but in this case I will write touchable opacity, which give you the property of the on press event, right, and which have the animation effect of on the click it as well. So I will rate on press. If you write, we have different options. So in this case, we want just on press, and let's bring it down. And in the on press, right, we have to call prompt async. That's all, right, and save it. And once you have this one, right, it will do the authentication with the Google. So just save it. Now on press, right, let's click on it, right. It will ask me to select the browser. So just say Google browser, and if you it will land on this page, right, and it asks you to sign in with the Google. It asking whether you want to jump it or not. So just say yes, and you will see this error, right, you can't sign in because app sent an invalid request, right. And if you find the error, this is a redirect URL mismatch. So let's close this one. Make sure you will refresh this, you will rerun the project. So I will stop the server. and then I will rerun it again. So it's building. Try to sign in, say just once, say yes, and if you see, right, we got this option to select the account, because you have to make sure when we change the app.json, you have to rerun the project, select the account, and if you see, we successfully able to sign in. Now we did not get any access token, we are not getting in the sense we are not saving anywhere the username, anything, right? But we are able to successfully launch on the Google prompt, and then we can able to sign in, right? Now the next task, to get the access token in order to fetch the response. If you go to this documentation, right here, you will see the how to get this user data, right? This is the way to get the user data and some steps, right? So let's do that. So if you see, right, you can just copy paste this line of code, okay, and paste it here in our screen. But in order to understand all this particular thing, right, let's define in use effect first. So use effect is a inbuilt React hook, okay. So add the function. So when you define use effect like this, right, it will execute infinite time when this component will get load, right? So in order to avoid that, just pass the empty array. So what it will do, it will only execute once when you load this login.js, right? Otherwise, if you want to execute this use effect function at certain point, for example some variable change, you can pass that variable, so that whenever it changes, it will execute this use effect. I will show you how. So right now let's define if statement here, and in this, if let's say response, so this response is nothing but the response which is getting from the sign in, right, when you sign in. And in this response, the authentication, right? Also not authentication, just type response dot type is equal to success. Then you have to save the token, right? So define some variable. So here I will define the constant, say access token, comma set access token, in order to set value for this access token. And another inbuilt loop called use state, okay. So this use state will hold the value for the given variable, okay. And then in this response type, right, set the access token using set access token variable. So change to token, so just change to token, okay. And here access our token using the response dot authentication dot access token, okay. So now we have the access token. You can print that access token here, so just write console.log access token, okay. So access token will get print. Now you want to execute this use effect when the you got the some response, right? And here, right, initially, as I told you, this use effect will get executed, but initially we don't have the response value, right? Just so that define the question mark like this, right? If I save like this, right, you will see this error, because okay, first of all you have to add the use state, so import this use state as well. And then you will get another response called type is null, because we don't have any response here, right? So mark it as a question mark, so it will act as a optional value, right? And now pass this response here, so that whenever the response value get changed, this use effect will get executed, okay. Now let's save everything, okay, and let's go back here and let's try to sign in now. So sign in just once, say yes, say Google Play, and right now we got the access token as undefined. So let's see why it's showing undefined, okay, because we just set the value, right? So what I will do, I will copy this and paste it here, and then save it. And as soon as save it, right, because already we authenticated, right, now we are getting this access token, perfect, okay. Now from this access token we have to get the user data, correct? So let's define one method called get user data, right arrow function, And now if you go back to our documentation, you can just copy this line of code to get this uh, user information, right? So what it will do, because we already have access token, right? This is the async function, so mark it as a async. So what it will do, from this URL, we are passing the token in a header, right? So in this case, we save our token in access token, so replace this token to access token. And in this, once we execute this line of code, right, it will fetch the information by passing the token, and in the response we will get the user information. Okay, so it's setting you set user info. So what we will do, we will define another use state, and in this case we are doing for to save the user info. So just write user info, and here set user info. Okay, and now just scroll down, and here you will setting the value for the user info. So what I will do, I will also print the value. So just write console.log the user. Okay. So now we are not executing this line of code, right? Because so what I will do, get user data, right? Here once we get the access token, I will execute this get user token as well. Okay, if I save it, right, it will come to this line of code and it will execute, right? So what I will do, just to make sure, user detail, and save it, right? So I don't know why it's not showing, but let's do one thing. Let's try to sign in again. Okay, so let's go to click on Google sign in just once, say yes, say gameplay app. Okay, and the query is missing, I don't know why. Let's everything is left. Let's save it again, right? Once I save it, right, again, if you see, right, I don't know what the issue, but you will see this user detail, and we have the email address, the family name, the given name, we have the picture of the user as well, right? And once you open this URL, you will see this picture. If I click if I open this one, right, you will see the picture as well. Okay, because we are just authenticated, and everything is good, right? So I hope you understand this particular section, because it's very easy. Just some of the things which not defined in the particular documentation, which you need to implement it. For example, this Expo client ID, or configuring this app.json file, getting this shn1 credential in order to upload it on the Google Cloud, everything, right? So I hope you understand this particular section. Right now we just sign in with the Google and set up everything. Okay, in the next video, what we will do, with the help of once user sign in with the Google, right, we will store this value locally, so that we don't need to sign in every time when you open the app. And then once user sign in, we will jump from this page to the home page, right? So if you see our prototype, once user sign in, right, let me close this one. Once user sign in, we will save the value, and then we will jump to this home screen. It means we will cover two important topics in the next section. First is to save the value for the user, and then we will navigate from this screen to the another screen. So we will also learn React Native navigations, which is very important part. So guys, watch this particular course, and if you did not subscribe to my channel, subscribe to my channel, because this is very interesting course and you will not find anywhere on the YouTube. Okay, so in the last section, we implement the Google sign in using the Google Cloud, and using the Expo library, right? So in this particular section, we will learn how to save the data locally when user sign in with the Google, and also how to jump from login page to the home page. Because when you sign or authenticate, right, you need to after successful authentication, you need to jump to the home page. Also, whenever you refresh the application, we have to make sure that every time we don't want to show the login page, because we already login, right? And we don't want to show login every time when user comes to our application. So that particular feature we will implement in this particular section. If you remember in the last section, right, we use this access token and this access token we use by setting the state. Okay, and with the help of set access token we are setting the value for the access token. But in the React Native or in the React, right, once you set the value you can't use immediately, right, and that's the reason sometimes or many of the times uh, the value in the access token will be null, right, and that's the reason we'll get the error. So instead of this access token, right, replace this access token with this response dot authentication dot access token, so we can directly access it from this particular response. But make sure this response and the response which we are getting from this await fetch is not supposed to be similar, right? So what I will do, I will change this value of this response, like this. Okay, and everywhere in this, whatever the response which we are using, right, I will change to just a response RASP, right, and yeah, that's all. And now it will work. Okay, so this is particular fix you have to make. Now we ha- now here is thing, right, once you sign it we have to save our data, and right now we are saving in the user, right, but we want to jump to the new page. So let's create a new page first. So go to the page folder, and here you can go to the create this new file, sorry, new file, and then write home.js, right. So this is my home screen. I will add the default template, so rnf. Okay, and this is my default template, and save everything, right. Now let's go back to our app.json, sorry, app.js, right, and here we can write condition. Okay, so before that we need to know whether user is sign in or not, right. So to implement this particular feature, right, we are using the use context. So in the React Native, we are the use context is a inbuilt hooks, okay, and which is very powerful hooks. So I will explain that how use context is used and what is the importance of the use context. Now, in this picture, on the left hand side, when we want to pass the data from the parent component to the child component, right? Without the context, we have to send manually, right? So if I passing this data to the container component, and again into from the container component, we want to pass to child component, and from the child component again, if they have extra child component, right, then we have to pass like this, right? And this is hierarchical way that we need to pass. But if you think about in the, if you consider this right side image, right, here once you define this context, right, and you wrap this context to the main component, right, so you don't need to pass the data, you just access that data in the any child component that where it comes under this parent component, right, and that's where the context is quite powerful. So in this particular section, right, we will cover this use context and how to create your custom context as well. Okay, so let's go back to our application. I will make sure the running side by side. So here in the app folder I will create a new folder called context. Okay, and in this context I will create one file called auth context, okay, .js. Now here just define export constant and say auth context, right. Make sure the name of this context which you are giving is similar to the file. It means it's not compulsory, but it's better to give so the similar name. Okay, and then here you can write create context. Okay, you can pass the value null and make sure you will import this create context from the React. Okay, and save everything. So just now you just created your own custom context, right. So in order to use this context, right, first of all, right, if you remember, we can save our data using the user data use state, right, and this use state can be used with the context in order to access the data anywhere, right. So for example, here I can define like this: use auth context dot provider, right, and whatever you define inside this context, right, and if let's define some value here. So for example, this provider has some value. So in this case I can give user data comma set user data, right? So don't be confused here, right? So this user data and set user data, these are the value we can pass it. For example, now let's define constant here, and inside we can define here the use state method, right? So user data comma set user data, okay, is equal to use state. So now simply, right, if I define home as well here, for example, right, just consider this one, and the component which define inside the home as well, right, which is obviously parent of this home component, sorry, child of the home component, right? Whatever we define inside this provider, this component can access this our user data, okay, directly, and I will tell you how to do that, okay. But before that, we have to make sure that some things we have some value in the user data, right? So what we will do, we will add the use effect first here, okay, and obviously I want to execute only once, okay. So right now I don't make any changes here. Right now in user data we don't have anything, right? So what I will do, I will write if condition if user data has something, okay. If user data is null, for example, say or you can say like if user data has something, then obviously I don't want to go to the login, I want to go to the home page, okay. Otherwise I want to go to the login page, okay. And let's remove this one. So okay, sorry, this is a ternary operator. So if user data is there, go to the home page, otherwise go to the login page and complete this one, okay. Now if you see, right, if I save this one, obviously user data is empty right now and we don't have anything, right? That's the reason it's jumping to the login page. And here you can obviously console it, okay, because obviously we don't have anything in the user data, so you will not get anything. But for now I will not write anything here, okay. So remove this one, okay. Now how we can set the value when you sign into the Google, right? When you sign into the Google, we have to make sure that it will jump to the home page, right? So let's go to the login page. So in this login page, right, we will access this context, right? So in order to access the context is nothing but the value which is in the user data, right? So you can write like this constant. Here you have to write the curly braces, very important, right? And here you can access user data comma set user data, okay. And here you can write use context, okay. Make sure you import this use context, okay, and close it. And now inside this use context, which context do you want to use? So in this case our context is authentication context, right? So I write auth context. Make sure you will import this auth context as well, right? Now whatever the value is we define in the pan component, right, it is in the user data and you set user data. But right now obviously it's empty because we did not set any value in app.js for the user data, right? So what we will do, once user login here, right, we will make sure here we will set the value. So I will set user data and I will just pass user here, okay. So we have value in user, and when a user login we will set the value. As soon as we set the value, right, it will reflect everywhere wherever we use this context, right? So right now if I save this, right, and if I try to log in now, say yes, Google Play, and if you see, as soon as I log in, it jumped to the home page. The reason is, if you go back to our app.js, right, now we have this value because from login we set the value and automatically it reflect in this particular component, because context used to use the state globally, okay. That's the reason the use context is so much powerful. So now if you understand, right, as soon as login it jump to that page. But if I refresh it, right, if I refresh this one, you will not get changed because right now it's again on home page, right? But we are setting the value, that's the reason every time it will jump to this page only, right? But when you refresh the page, if you refresh the application, it will again come to the login page. Okay, let's wait. If you see, right, it's again come to the login page because we did not save the value, right? So now in order to save value, we want to store the value locally. Save value locally, right? This is the async storage. This is the official local storage library provided by the Expo, right? Just copy this line of command and go to your application and paste it here. So let me go to the new terminal. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, and just paste it here. Okay, so once it installed, I will tell you how to use it. So if you see, our library get installed. um, in the we have this shared folder, right? Create a new file called services. So services.js, right? So inside these services, right, we have to import one statement. So this is for the async storage, right? And below that, what I will do, I will write constant, and here I will write one method to set the user data. So I will write set user auth. Okay, and the arrow function, and this is a async function. Okay, so I will write async, and here write await. Okay, and in order to set the value, right, we have to write async storage dot set item, and you have to pass the key, the whatever the key you want to give. So in this case I will write user data. Okay, and then the value we want to pass, right? So what I will do, here I will just pass the value. Okay, so whatever the value passed to this particular function, that value will be set to this user data. Okay, and just save it, right? Also, in order to get this local storage, right, I will write another method called get user auth is equal to async, not async because this function not will be async, and the arrow function, right? Remember, when we are storing the value, our value is in the JSON format, right? And this set item will not understand the JSON, right? So I will convert this to value into a string. So what I will do, I will just write JSON doc stringify and convert to the value. Oh, sorry, J means we have add this, circular bracket, and here in order to get the data, right, just write async storage. Let me bring this down. Dot get item, and here we want to pass the key. So our key is user data, right? And that's all. So I will get this in a one constant called constant result. I'll say constant value. Okay, and we have to return the value. So what I will do, I will say return value, but this value need to be in the JSON format. So I will write JSON dot parse, right? Perfect, and save everything. Okay, now in order to access this particular method, right, you have to make sure you will export this one. So just write export default, and then you can export these two functions. So set user auth and then get user auth, and save it. Now our service is ready, so you can able to set the value and get the value from local storage. Now go back to our login.js, and here if you remember, right, we are setting user data, but we have to make sure we also set the local storage value. So what you can do, you can write you can access first this particular service. Just write services. I don't know why it's coming this recommendation. So if you see, right, in services we have this service from the shared folder. So write services dot, you can set the user auth, correct? And here you can actually set the value for the user authentication. So in this case I will write user, correct? And make sure this is a async function, just write await, okay, and save it. Now if I say you don't get any change, but obviously uh, once you log in, right, you will you can set the value locally in our user auth key, okay. Now go back to our app.json. So here we can go back to our app.js, sorry, and then here you will you can check whether in local storage do we have the value stored, right? So you just need to write the condition like service. Here you can access the services again, and here services we have a method called get user auth, right? Inside that, this is the promise, okay. Make sure remember these things, that this is a promise, so you have to write um, oh sorry, services dot, sorry, then we have a response and the response, okay. So here we will get the response, so just write the response first, okay. I don't know why I'm getting that much. Okay, console dot write response. uh, I don't know why it's coming a lot of, okay. Now let's, okay, just go back to our app.js, and we are returning response. Now what we will do, if the response, if there is a response, right, then what I will do, I will set the user data, right, and I will set the value of the response, correct. And if we don't have anything, right, we don't have any value in the user response, I will set the value in the user data to be a null, right. So it means if we have value to the set user data, obviously it will directly go to the home page instead of going to the login page, right. And if we don't have any value in the user data, then it will go to the login page. So the only important thing here, right, because we are accessing our checking and accessing our local storage whether we have value or not. If value is there, obviously we'll go to the next page, otherwise we will go to the login page, save everything. And now we got the error unexpected token. Oh, so let's go back to the services, and here um, we have to, this is perfectly fine. So okay, so this need to be a await function, actually a sync function. Just write await, and here make sure you will async function as well, and save everything. And let's go back and try to sign in. So I will sign in, I will say yes, Google Play, and right now I jump to the home page. That is perfectly fine. Now try to refresh the application, and it's supposed to go to home page. So if you see, it's coming to home page, right? Now let's go to the home page and try to log out, try to add the logout function. So what I will do, um, here I will write, change this to button, okay, and I will give some title, like title to be logout, okay, and save it. If you see, so button is not exist, let's make sure you'll import this button and save it, right. Now we have logout button, so we will add the on press event, right. To this on press event, what I will do, I will write one more method in the services in order to clear all the local storage. So I will write constant logout, okay, and so just in this logout, right, you can just write async storage dot clear, so it will clear all the local storage value, right. And now I will call this logout method. So just write services, from the services shared folder dot logout. So oh sorry, so it's not coming. The reason is you have to make sure you will export this particular value so that you can access it. So logout, and now if you go back to home.js, you can access this logout method, okay. And now save everything. Now if I click on logout, right, if I click on logout, oh, it's actually log out because you don't see anything because we did not jump or uh, move back, or we are not updating the context value. But if I go back to app.js, right, and just give some space and save it, it will jump to the login page. Okay, because the reason is, on the logout function we did not set the value of user data, right. Let's set that value as well. So if I sign in again, I say yes, sign in, it will go to the home page, right. And in the home.js, right, we can access the context here and we can set the value of context, right. So what I will do here, I can define constant, and we will say user data comma set user data is equal to use context, because we want to use the context and the context name is authentication context, right. Now here we can call this logout function, as well as we can set the value of user data to be null. So I will write set user data, so it need to be data, not data. And to be null. Okay, so what it will do, it will update everywhere wherever we use this context, right, and save everything, right. Now if I click on this logout button, right, see, it jump back to the login page immediately. And now if I go back, say yes, okay, and it will jump to the home page as soon as, right. Even though if I refresh the screen, right, it will go to the home page as home page with the logout button. Okay, so this is how it works. So I hope you understand all the concept of the use context and async storage, which is used to store the value locally on devices. Okay, so if you have any question, please write in the comment section, or you can DM me on my Instagram channel at Tubeguruji, and you can join my Telegram channel as well. So in the next section, we will start building the home screen. Okay, and also we will set up the Strapi as well, our backend, so that we can store our all the content, and there from there we will go forward. Okay, and please, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please subscribe to my channel, and let's see you in next section. So in this section, we are going to display the user information. So once we land on the home page, we are going to show the username along with the user profile image. Okay, and after that we will also add this search box. Okay, so right now, let's go back to your VS Code, and here I will open my app as well. So right now I will remove this button. Okay, so because I don't want it anymore here. Okay, so I will remove it and save it. So after that, let's add a new one component. Okay, so we keep this header and search by in different component. Okay, so create a new folder in the app. So go to the app and just add new folder called components, and inside this component I will create one file called welcome header.js. Okay, or you can add the home header, whatever you name want to give the name you can give, and add the default template, so React Native function, and enter, right. So it will add the welcome header. Make sure you will import that one in a home.js, right, because we want to show this header in the home page, right. So I save it. Once I save it, you will see this home welcome header name, because that is written in the text, right, the welcome header. Now I will remove, oh, I will keep as it is because we want to show hello over here first, and then we want to show the name of the user, right. So here what you have to do, as I told you, right, we are using the context, right, and that context we can use it here, right, because that it is a nested in a home and then in a again in welcome header, right. So what we can do, just add that one. So constant curly braces user data comma set user data, okay, and is equal to use context, and make sure you will import that one, and which context do you want to use. So in this case it's auth context. Okay, so we successfully added the context. Now we have the user information in the user data, right? So what you have to do, you just simply type it here, okay, and access the username here. So in this case it's a user data. I will add this question mark because optionally if it's not there, it will not give any error, okay, and save it. Now if you see, right, that it's showing the gameplay because that is the username. Okay, I will wrap this in one view, okay, because we want to show the image as well and the right hand side, right? So in order to add the flex and everything, I added this in a view. So let me structure it beautifully, okay, and then I will add the image. So just add the image. So in this case we have to add image using the React Native image library, and the image tag, and here we'll give the source. So in this case, right, we want to show the data, or show the image using the URL, and which is not in our local, right? In the local we use require function to access the local image, but in this case we have to show the image from the URL. So I have to write like this, and then you have to write URI, right? So URI, and then you can give the URL. Okay, so in this case the URL is the user data because we have uh, image in the user data, right? And inside that we have picture property. So picture which show the user, okay, image. So right now obviously it will not showing in the screen because we did not provide any height or width, right? So I will give the inline styling here. So just write style, okay, and in double curly I will give the width of 14 and height of 14, okay, and we can give the border radius. We want the circular, right? So I give the 100, and if you see I'm able to get the profile picture of the login user, right? Now we want use some styling, so it will come horizontally, right? So here to this div, right, the parent div, use inline styling, and I will write display to be flex, or let's give the external styling. So what I will do, I will create a template here. So I'll just write React Native style sheet, right? And make sure you will import this style sheet, okay? So import that one using the React Native, and just write it here, container, the name, the class name, and inside that I will write display to be flex, and the flex direction I want a row, okay, that's all. So flex need to be in the quote, actually it's a string, and apply that style to this parent view. So just access it using styles dot the container, okay, and save everything. If once I save, it came in a one line, right? Now give some gap between that. So I will write justify content to be in center, okay, and save it. Also, oh sorry, so not justify in center, we want the justify space between, okay, we want the space between two. So I let space between, and also I will make sure that it vertically it's center, okay. So I'll just write align item to be in the center, okay, perfect. Now we want to give some gap, okay. So if you see our prototype, throughout the application we have the gap, right? So let's give some padding to our application. So what you have to do, go to the page screen, right, and here what we'll do, we will add the padding. So let's just I will give the inline styling, and here I will write a padding of 20 and save it, and that's all, right? It came perfectly fine. Now, if you see our prototype, right, the Rahul Sanap, the name, the username is little bit, the font is bold. Okay, so let's give some font, some styling to this username. So I will give inline styling here. Okay, so style in double quote, you can give the font size to be 20, and font to weight I will give bold. Okay, and as soon as I save it, you will see the change. Perfect. Okay, let me give a comma here. That's all. So when a user login, right, it will jump on to this page, right, and then it will show you the user profile name and the name of the user. Okay, now let's add the search bar. If you see our prototype, we have this search bar below this welcome header, right? So let's first create the component. So let's go back in the component folder, and I will create a new component called search bar.js. Okay, then add the default template React Native function. So it will add us a default template, and I will remove this particular text. Okay, and make sure you will import that in a home.js after welcome header. So let's add the search bar here. Okay, and make sure you import that one as well. Then let's go back here, and first of all we will add the icon. So let's go to this icon.expo.fyi, which we learned last time how to add these icons, right? And let's copy this import statement. Okay, and paste it in the search bar, and then copy this icon and paste it here. Okay, so here we want to change this color, right? If you save this and if you see, right, we got this black icon. So I will change this color. So in the color.js I added the gray color. Okay, so let's go back to our search bar, and here I will change this color, and let's access the color from the color folder. So colors dot and the gray. Okay, after that we want to add the input, right, to so that user can type it. So in order to add the input, React Native includes this text input property. Okay, so add this text input and make sure you import this text input as well. So if you see, the text input is imported from the React Native. Okay, and close this one. I will add the placeholder as well. So add the placeholder, and I will say search. Okay, and if I save it, you will see this search placeholder, right, which is our input. Now we want everything in one line. So what I will do, I will give some styling to this one. So let's add a style, and I will write the style here because we have a lot of style which we want to use. So I will write it here. So I will add this template. Make sure you will import the style sheet, and then add the style. So I will say container, and inside this I will write the style. So let's say display. I think we did not added this one. Let's add a, okay, now it's added, right? So display, and we want it to be a flex, and then flex direction, we'll add it as a row. Okay, perfect. And let's apply the style here because we did not apply, that's the reason we got the error. But let's apply the style, styles.container, and if I save it, you will see the change. Okay, now I will change this background to white, right? So let's add the background color, and the code for white is just fff, and save it. Let's give some padding. So I will give padding of 10. Okay, and save it. Also give the rounded corner, so rounded border radius, I mean to say. So let's add the border radius, and it's to be a 10. Okay, and in order to give some box shadow effect, right, if we have a property called elevation, and just add the elevation. So in this case I will add the elevation value to be 2. Okay, and let's give some margin from the top. So let's say margin top. Sorry, let's margin top to be 10. Okay, and save it, and everything look good, right? Only thing that we want to add is just add the align item to be in center, so it to come vertically in to be center. Align item to be center. Perfect. Now what I will do, I will give some margin between this search placeholder and this icon. So let's give some inline styling to this icon, and just write in the double quote margin right with 10 and save it. And if you see, everything works perfectly. Okay, so I hope you understand this particular section, that adding this welcome header, and we also add this search bar as well, and for that we create different component. Now the thing is, right, we can use these particular components anywhere throughout the application, right? You just need to import this particular statement. For example, let's add the welcome header after the search bar, right? You don't need to do anything. Once you add that, right, you will see this like this. Perfect, right? This is what we wanted. So I will remove that and save it. Okay, in the next section we will install the Strapi. Okay, so and then we will create the API from that one. We will add the content into that one. So in next section we'll completely focus on the Strapi and how to set up the Strapi. Okay, so see you in the next section. In the last section we'll learn how to display user data on the UI. In this particular section, we will learn how to install Strapi. So in this video, we will learn what is Strapi and what is the use of Strapi. Then we will learn how to install the Strapi and set up Strapi for our application. Then we will connect the Strapi to the MySQL so that our database will be a MySQL for our content. And afterward, we will connect Strapi to our Cloudinary so that we can store our all images, video on a Cloudinary. And after that, we will learn how to generate the API from the Strapi without writing any code. So all of this we will learn in this particular section, and let's begin. In this section, we are going to install this Strapi. Okay, and Strapi is the one of the best open source headless CMS available currently on the internet. Okay, and this Strapi is completely free, so you don't need to pay anything. Okay, if you are doing the self hosted. Okay, and if you see, it's free forever. And the reason that I am using the Strapi, because it's very customizable. The UI is outstanding, and also it provide a lot of plugins that you can use. Okay, if you go to their marketplace, they have a lot of plugin that you can use it. And the way once we install and once we look into this Strapi, I will make sure that you will definitely love this Strapi. Okay, the another alternative for this one, and you can use it, you can search it on Google or YouTube. The name is Sanity. Okay, that is also open, so that is also free. But the thing is, you cannot control on the which database you are using in the Sanity. Okay, in Strapi you can use of PostgreSQL, GraphQL, or you can use the MySQL. Okay, database as well, and it's, as I say, it's customizable. That's the reason we are using Strapi, and very easy to install. And you don't need to do anything. As I say, we will create the API as well without writing any code. Okay, so what you have to do, just copy this particular line of code. Okay, and go back to your project folder where you want to install this Strapi, and in this case open the command prompt at the desired location. Okay, and then just execute this line of command which you copied. Okay, so in this case you can give the name of the project you want to give, right? I will say uh, educational app backend. Okay, and enter it. Then it will ask you some question. Let's say yes, and then it will ask to different type of installation. The quick installation, it's very quick. You don't need to do any custom setup or anything, right? And it use a PostgreSQL as their default database, right? But in this case, as I told you, we are using MySQL. So That's the reason I select the MySQL, so that I will tell you how to do customization, because on the internet you will not find anything, any video like this where we are using MySQL, connecting to MySQL to the Strapi. So let's select the custom, and here I will select the JavaScript. Then we have option SQLite, PostgreSQL, MySQL. So in this case we will select the MySQL. Here we have to select the database name. Now for this particular tutorial, I'm using the Hostinger service, right? And this is one of the cheapest and best hosting you will find on the internet. The link is in description, and if you use that link, you will get the 75% off on the hosting. Okay, so here you have to enter the database name. So in this case, this is my database name. I will put the host. So in my case, it's a tubeguruji.com. Then the port number I will keep as it is. Then the username I will paste like this, and the password. So I'm entering the password. So it's saying enable SSL connection. I will say no for this one, and then it will create and generate the file for us. Okay.
A few minutes later.
Now, if you see, our project is now generated, right? So let's go to the project. So I will do cd educational app dash backend, and now I'm in the project, right? And in order to run this project, you just need to type npm run develop, right? And it will run our Strapi project. So it will give the port number where you can do the you can check the application. So it's saying the access denied by user, right? The code box and blah blah blah. So the reason is, right, so if you go back, let's go back to our hostinger, right? And in the hostinger, once you create this database, you have to make sure you will give the access to the remote MySQL. Okay. So what I will do, let's go to the remote MySQL and select the IP as any host. Okay, and choose the database. So in this case, it's a code box, and just create it. Okay. So it will create the remote connection for the database. And now if you go back to this command prompt and try to run the project, it will take few seconds in order to generate the database and everything, tables and everything.
A few minutes later.
And now if you see, right, our project is run successfully, and it will open on the localhost port number 1337. And if you see, it will ask you to register for the admin, because you are accessing the first time, right? So I will say my last name tubeguruji.com, enter the password. So I will enter my password, confirm password, and just say let's start. Okay. Now if you see, you landed on the Strapi dashboard. Okay, where you can do anything whatever you want. Even though if you want to change the logo of this one, right, and you want to customization, you can do that. You just need to upload the logo, it will change everything. Lot of things you can explore in this one once you log into this one. Okay, and afterwards I will tell you some of the things to generate the API, adding the contents and everything, right? So when you in this particular course, right, when we adding any content, I will teach you how to build the content for this one, and how to add the content for our application through the Strapi. So it's very easy. Okay, and I'm sure you will love it. Okay, now the next is, if you see, right, in media type, if you upload any new assets, right, just to upload new assets, go to browse file, and here for example I will upload this particular banner. Okay, and say upload assets to the library. So once it upload, right, it uploaded to the Strapi, right, and you can access the particular link by copying this link, and you can just paste it and you can access this one, right? But in this case, right, what I'm doing, we will connect this to our Strapi to the cloudinary. This cloudinary is the one of the, so now in order to connect this Strapi to the cloudinary, right, make sure first you will create this cloudinary account. And once you sign up to this cloudinary, Then go to this dashboard section. I put the link in the description. Okay, so if you join with that, right, you will get the extra credit for the storage. So just go back to this um, our Strapi and go to the marketplace, right? Here you will see the lot of option. Go to the providers, which is official and made by Strapi, this particular plugins, right? And you will see this various option like AWS S3 buckets to upload this one, right? In this case, we are using Cloudinary, but you have option to use Firebase storage and lot of things, right? Here, click on more. Okay, so it will jump to the documentation of this particular Strapi, and you will see the command in order to execute it, right, to install this Cloudinary for your Strapi project. Also, there are some key we need it, right? So once you log into the Cloudinary, you will find these keys as well. So first, let's copy this line of commands and execute in a command prompt. So what I will do, I will go to this command prompt, I will stop the project first, and then I will execute this line of command. Okay, so it's installed successfully. Okay, so let's run the project. So before that, right, open this project in a VS Code, because we have to add some code into this one. So I open this in a VS Code, and then let's go to a documentation of this one. And if you come down, right, it's saying in the config folder in the plugin.js you have to copy this line of code. So I will copy this one. Okay, and let's go back to this Strapi VS Code, and in the config we have this plugin. We don't have any plugin file, right? So create a new file called plugin.js. Okay, and inside this just paste this particular code. Okay, now you have to replace this Cloudinary name, key, and secret with your Cloudinary account. Okay, so the name is right, this plugins.js, so make sure the name is correct. So right now I will just rename this to the plugins.js. Okay, and then go back here, go to the Cloudinary, and here we have to copy this Cloudinary name. Then I will paste it like this, right, directly. So you can put it this variable in a environment file in order to avoid any issue, right? For the understanding purpose, I will keep it like this only. And then API secret key. So we need the API secret key here, like this. Okay, and save everything. Now we almost set up everything. Just make sure in the go to the documentation and everything is there, right? The another thing that we need to modify is security middleware configuration, right? So in the middleware.js you have to update this particular line of code. Okay, so just copy this line of code. Oops. Copy this line of code, and then go back to our VS Code. Here in the middleware.js file in the same config folder, you have to add it. Okay, so like this, and just remove this Strapi because we already using this Strapi here. Save this one, and go back here, right, make sure everything is done, and npm install provider. We execute this line of command already. So now let's go back to our command prompt and stop, just rerun the project. Okay, so I will rerun the project, and once this project is run, let's open this one. So open in localhost 1337 slash admin, Just log into the account, okay, with the credential which you created, and you will jump on this page. Right now, go to the media library, and let's try to add new assets. So let's browse the file. Here I will add the new file, for example the banner of our course. Let's upload it, and you see it's uploaded, right? In order to make sure that it's uploading to the Cloudinary, right, copy this link and paste it here, okay? And if you see, the URL is resourcescloudinary.com, okay? So it means it's uploaded to the Cloudinary only, okay? And if you want to check, go to the Cloudinary dashboard, go to the media library, and here you will find our image get uploaded in the dashboard. That's all. So you can upload the image, you can upload any type of file, okay, to this Cloudinary using our Strapi. So we are pretty much set ready with this Strapi CMS, okay, and we successfully set up and install this Strapi as well. Now next, if you see our application, so in this one, right, we are going to add this slider, and for that we will add the slider in our Strapi first, and then we will, with the help of API generated from the Strapi, we will use this API in our application in order to display this slider on our application, okay. So in this section we are going to implement the slider for our application. So we will fetching the data from the Strapi, and then we will display it on the application, okay. So first of all, we need to add the content, the slider information into the Strapi. So before that we will add the slider content, and then we will add the data into that one, okay. So let's go back to our Strapi dashboard, right? Here, if you find this content type builder, right, this is the plugin where you can add the content type. So let's create a new content type, which is called a collection for our slider. So just type the name. I will give the slider. So I will keep everything as it is, okay. We have advanced setting as well, but I will keep everything as it is and create. Just go to the next, right? Here it will ask you to select a field for your collection type. So we have different options like text, email, password, images, a lot of things, right? So in this case I will say select first text, and I will say name of the slider, okay. Then you have option whether this short text or long text, okay, or do you want to make it required field, it's up to you, okay. I will keep for now as it is, and then I will also add another field, and which is a media, where user should able to upload, not user but admin should able to upload the image, right? So I will say image, okay. And we have option multiple media or single media. So we want to show only single media, so I will select single media. And in advanced setting I will make sure it is a required field, okay. And if you see, right, we have different option. So right now it's selecting all, but we can only add images as a media type, right? It's up to you. And I will keep as everything as it is, click finish, right? Once you are done with this one, just click on this save button. So it will create the collection type of for our slider, so that now we can add the slider as much as slider we want from our content manager. So right now it's restarting the application because we just added the new collection, right? So we'll wait.
A few minutes later.
Now, once our application restarted, right, you will see the slider is everything added, right? Now you can add it later if you want to anything, right? For now, for this section, we just want this name and image, right? Now go to the content manager, and here you will see the slider section, the collection type, which is slider we just created, right? And here you can create a new entry. Okay, so let's click on new entry. So here you can give the name of the slider. So I will say slider one, and now you can upload the image. So this is a required field, right? So you can upload new image, or you can have existing image which you can upload, right now I have existing image, so I will select that one and just click on finish, okay, and just click save. So now once you save, right, it's not it just in the draft mode. Right now you have button called publish, so just click on that. Until and unless you did not click on publish, it will not publish actually, right? And if you go back now, you will see this particular slider images get added. Okay, perfect. Now next we have to enable API for these particular contents, all the contents, right? So first of all, go to the settings. Here you will find the you will find this user permission called use roles. Here in the roles you have called public, right? Click on that one, and inside this you will see this our collection which we have, right, called slider. Don't touch any other, I will suggest. Okay, and click on slider. Here you can give the permission to access this a particular API, right? So it's a create, a delete, so everything option you can give it, or you can just say okay, just want to fetch the data and don't modify anything, right? I will select all for now for our simplicity purpose and click save. Okay, so if I click on find, right, you will see this is the API get point. So let's try to access the particular API. So in order to access this API, right, you have to open this localhost, then select API and the endpoint of that particular API. So in this case, our endpoint is slash API slash slider, means just a slider. Okay, so I will select like this. If I enter it, right, you will see the slider information. So inside this data we have id is equal to 1, then we have attribute called name and everything, right? But if you see, we don't get the media or the image URL, right? Because in order to get it, right, you have to write like this: question mark populate is equal to star. And if you click enter, right, now you will see the extra field called image, and inside the image we have the URL, right? Here is the URL. So there we have a lot of option, but because the thing is, right, different format, it will automatically convert your image in different size. If you see, right, width, height, and the URL for this one, the small, the medium size, large size, like that, right? You can control on that one, it's up to you. Now we successfully added this API endpoints, and we are able to access the endpoint from the Strapi. But right now anyone can access this one, right? Unauthorized user and everything. So in order to avoid that, we will create the API for our the API key for our API, and we will use that one. So in the Strapi we can do that. So go to the settings. Here you will see this option called API token, right? From here you can create a new API token. So click on the create new API token, and here you can give the name. So in this case I will say code box API. Then you can give the description if you want. It will say the duration of the API, right? After whether that API is will be ending on 7 days or 30 days, 90 days. Right now we'll select the unlimited. Then you have token type, whether that particular API token will be on read only or full access or custom. So I will say full access. And you have to make sure that the you want to give the access to everything, right? So you can give the custom one. Right now I give the full access and just click on save. So it will create a new API key. So make sure you'll copy this API key, but because once you save it and you go back, it you will not able to see this API key. So if you lose this one, you have to create a new one, right? So I will copy this somewhere and let go back here. Okay, and now your API key is ready. Now that API key you can pass into the header of the API call, and then you can able to access it. So now, in order to fetch data from the API, we are going to use this library called API source, which is depends on the Axios. Okay, so you can use Axios or you can use API source. For this tutorial, I am going to use API source. So in order to install it, execute this line of command in your project, and once you run it, right, then in the folder, go back to the shared folder. Here we will create a new file called global api.js, where we will write all our API call here. Okay, and whenever we want to access that API call, we can access it from this global api.js file. Okay, so uh, let's write a code in order to fetch data, right? If you go to the documentation of this API source, you will find the way to in order to fetch this data, right? So I will just copy this and paste it like this. Okay, and this is a base URL, so we will replace this base URL with our base URL, right? And if you see, this is our base URL localhost 1337. Okay, so Let's replace this one. Okay, and here what I will do, I will remove this accept. Okay, and here we will add the API key. Okay, so in order to add API key, we have to pass the API key like this and the key. Okay, so we can copy the key which we copy in the last session and just paste it here. Once you paste it, right, just save it. Make sure you will import this create from the API source. Okay, now in order to write the API call, right, for example, let's write um, a endpoint call to fetch the slider data, right? So I will say uh, get slider is equal to it, and here we can pass API. So it has a lot of different method call. We have get, we have post, okay, we have update, a lot of things. Okay, put. So in this case we want to fetch data, so just write api.get, and here we will pass the URL, right, means the endpoint. So just API, the endpoint is, in this case the endpoint is the sliders. Okay, that they this complete slider question mark populate, so like this. Okay, and save it. Now in order to make it eligible to access anywhere in the application, right, make sure you have you will export this particular endpoints method, right? So just write like this. So in the export default, you have to make sure you will export this create slider and save it. Now let's go back to our home.js, and where we will call our um, this particular API, right? So go to the pages in the home.js. So what I will do, I will write method get slider. Okay, and here this will be a await function, async, sorry, this is a async function. Okay, and in constant result is equal to global API. Okay, so we are accessing our in a API call from the global API dot. So in this case, uh, we have the get slider method, right? Dot we have data. So we want data, right? So just write data like this. Okay, and console this result. So console dot log and result. Okay. Now in order to call this one, right, we have to use effect in built React hook. So you can write like this, and now this use effect will execute every time uh, when you did not specify any empty array or something, right? So in order to execute this only once when this component load, I will pass the empty array. Okay, and I will just call this get slider here like this. Okay, and save it. Make sure your app is running. Now I'm just writing, I'm consoling this particular result, right? And if you go back to the console, you will see the result we are getting as a null, right? The reason is if you go to this global API, right, we are using this localhost, and localhost will not work in the React Native when you are trying to fetch data from the localhost API, right? So in order to fix this issue, go to this settings, and in the setting we have this option called network and internet. And in the network and internet, go to the Wi-Fi where you will find this IP address, right? Copy this IPv4 address and replace it with your localhost. Okay, and save it. Once you save it, you will find this data. Okay, now your API will work. So if you are using the localhost API, right, then make sure you will replace with the IP address. Okay, now we got the data. Perfect. So in this section, we are going to implement the slider for our application. So in the last section, we already fetching data for the slider. Okay, so let's go back to our VS Code. And if you see, right, with this base URL and with the HTTP client API source, we are able to successfully fetch this particular uh, slider information in home.js component, right? So for slider, go to the component folder and create a new file called slider.js. Okay, add the default template. I will add like this. Okay, and save it. Make sure after in the home.js, after the search bar, you will add this slider component. Make sure to import the slider as well and save it. If you see, we are able to display the slider name. Okay, so now again, go back to the slider.js. Here what we will do, in home.js, right, we fetch this get slider. So instead of fetching in a home.js, we'll fetch this slider in slider.js. So copy this line of code. Okay, copy like this and paste it here. Make sure you will import all the necessary libraries like use effect, or here we want global API, right, like this. And make sure in the slider you are getting all the data. Okay, so result, I will just like this, and I will just make sure that we are getting data. Okay, perfectly, we are all getting everything, right? Now next we will save this data in a state, right? So what I will do, I will define one variable called constant. In this constant we will define the state. So let's say slider comma set slider is equal to use state, and by default I'm passing the empty array. Now here we'll just set the value of the slider by setting the set slider, and I will put the result inside that. Now if you see, right, uh, this is our response for the slider, right? And right now all our information contained in the attribute field, correct? So, and inside again in the image we have all the images, correct? So for our simplicity purpose we will remap this particular fields according to our use, right? So here what I will do, I will remove like this. Okay, and we'll map this one, right? So I will say constant response is equal to result dot map, and I want to map the item, right? So map item. Okay, so inside this one we will map it. For example, for id we will map item dot id. So here, right, inside the result we again have data, right? So just make sure you will access the data using the result dot data, and then in the item we have item dot id. So here I think we have to map like this. Okay, and then after item id we want the name of the slider. So name can be accessed by using item dot attributes. If you see, right, this is the, for example, item, this is our first item, this is our second item, right? So first item we have id, we already access then we have to access the name. So name can be accessed by using the attributes. So copy this one. So item dot attributes, and then we can access by using the name. Okay, after that we want image. So let's say image, then same item dot attributes dot. Now in the attribute we have the image url inside this image object, right? So let's say image dot, again inside the image we have the field called data, and inside data we again have field called attributes. So make sure you access the attributes, and then we have a field in the attribute called the url. So just ignore this format and we can access directly this url, right? So this is a high quality url which we uploaded, right? Or depends on your choice, you can also fetch this thumbnail as well, right? It's up to you. Thumbnail size is a little bit smaller, but for now I will access directly the url. Okay, or you depends on the size you can access it, but for now we will access url, and I paste the url here. Okay, now interesting thing, if you try to console this response, right? I try to console this response here, and let's see how we are getting the data, right? And if you see, right, we are getting the data what we want, right? If you see object id is one and image, right? Let's clean this one little bit. So what I will do, I will remove this one, and also I will write here slider list in order to check whether we are getting correct data or not. And I print it, I saved everything. Let's go back here, right? In fact, if you see, right, I'm getting id, I'm getting image, and I'm getting name as well. Okay, and this second I don't know why we are getting this error, but we'll see the issue why we are getting. But for now we are getting the list whatever the list we want, right? So now make sure you will update the slider. So just make it by setting the slider value, by setting the set slider, and inside that we'll put the response, as simple as that. So this is our response, correct? I will comment this console because we don't want it anymore. Now we have to display it on the screen. If you see the mockup, right, we have this image, and if I scroll this, right, I want to move the slider horizontally as well. In order to display these sliders, right, we have to iterate this one. So for that one we are using flat list. So in React Native, flat list is one of the powerful property where we can iterate the value, okay, from the list or array list or whatever, right? So let's define the flat list, okay, and close the tag. So inside the flat list we have to provide some value, and flat list provides some properties. Say for example, in order to display the data, right, we have to add the data for the flat list. So for example, in the data property we have to pass the data, which data we want to show it on the screen. So in this case, the data is our slider, right? Because if you see, we store our data in a slider, so we are passing that one in a slider. Then we have to render the this particular slider, right, one by one. So in order to display that one, flatlist has one property called render item. Inside that we have to define the value. For example, we'll say slider, okay, or just say item. No need to say slider. So item, okay. So this is arrow function, like this, right? Make sure the all the curly brace and everything you have to display like this only, okay, otherwise it will not work. It will not, sometimes it will not give error as well. So make sure that one. Then I will add one view, okay, and I will close this one. Inside that we want to display the image, correct? So what I will do, I will add the image with the React Native image proper image library, and then close the tag. So here we have the URL, right? So we have to pass source, and in source we have URI, and then we have to pass the URI. So in this case is item dot image. So if you see, we have this image, right, that what we are passing, okay, and save it. Now let's give some width and height for this one, right? So I will give inline only. So let's say style, and let's say width to be 100 for now, and the height to be 100, okay, and save it. Now once you say, you will see this image is displaying on the screen, okay. So now what we have to do, we want to give the width to the screen of the width, right? So in order to define that one, right, here we have one property called dimensions, okay. So dimension has the some method. So in this case we will say get, okay. So we want to get the dimension of what we want to screen or window. So in this screen we will see screen, and then what we want to height or width. So in this case we want to width. So what it will do, it will return the dimension of the screen, the dimension of the screen, and from that we can fetch the width only, okay. So save it. If you see, it's covering all the screens with the defined width, right? And then we can increase the height. For example, I will say 160, okay, and 150 is fine for me, okay, like this, perfect, okay. Now let's make the corner to be rounded. So I will say border radius to be round rounded, so 10 for example, okay. Yeah, this is fine for me now, okay. And for this view we can give some here only we can give some style, and we will give some margin from the top. So let's say margin, double curly braces, margin from the top, we'll say 10. It will come down a little bit. Now it's coming in vertically, right? So we want to show it horizontally, correct? So in order to define horizontally, flat list have one property called horizontal, right? And if you say horizontal, by default the value of horizontal is false, but we can define it as a true. And if I save it, it will say it's showing horizontally, right? Now I can scroll it. If I scroll it like this, right, you can see this, I can able to scroll this value, Okay, now if you see, correct, this width is too much. If even though if I scroll until this points, this width is coming. So what we will do, we will multiply with the 0.9, for example. Let's say how it looks. And if you see still is bigger, so I will say 85, and this is okay for me. Okay, and what I will do, I will also give margin from the right, so I will say margin right and 10, maybe 15. And now if you see, it have some gap, it also have the value, right? Perfect. One more thing, if you observe, right, this when I scroll it horizontally, right, it is showing the scroll bar. We don't want that scroll bar. So in the flight list, you can also remove the scroll bar. So you can just write scroll bar enable, and you can say false. Okay, and show display. Now you will not see the scroll bar at all. Oh, sorry, the scroll enable is different one. Okay, so we have a property called show horizontal scroll indicator, where you can see the false. Okay, and then save it. Now if you see, we don't see any scroll bar at all. Perfect. And I hope you understand this particular things. Okay, I will just change this to 87, for example, little bit. Okay, perfect. Now I hope you understand this. So what we learn in this particular section, that we can able to fetch the data. Okay, and we created new component called slider. Then we save that particular slider in one each state, and then we iterate that state using the flat list. So flat list is very powerful tool in the React Native, where you can iterate as long as the list or whatever you want, right? And throughout the application, at many places we are using the flat list. So understand this flat list. So guys, in the next section, right, we will implement this video course. Okay, and then I will show you how I added that in the Strapi, and then we will display it on the screen. Okay, in the last video we learned how to implement this slider, and also learn how to use the flat list in order to display data horizontally, and we can scroll it. Same technique we are going to use for this video course, and we are going to implement video course listing in this particular section. So I created this video course collection in the Strapi. Okay, and this is the content type builder for this one, the video course. If you see, right, I added this title, description, video URL, image, and then I created this component field. Okay, and so that I can able to add the content and sorry, for the video I can add the video topics as much as I want. Okay, let me show you how it looks when you are going to add a new content for the video course. So for example, if I adding this particular course information, right, I added this all the details along with this video topic. So in the introduction we have introduction and a description along with the video URL. Okay, and I can add as many as we want. That's the reason this component is very helpful, so you can reuse this component, right? If I want to add new one, I can add it here. Okay, and just I can add multiple one. Okay, no limit. So this is how it works. Okay, very simple. So you can try it. If you want to want my Strapi dashboard access, so let me know in the comment section, so I can also upload the source code of this Strapi dashboard, so so you can directly use it, okay, for your application. So let's go back to the our design, and if you understand, right, when you scroll it, we want to scroll horizontally. So let's go back to our VS code, and here we'll create a new component called video course list, video course list.js. Okay, so inside this, let's add the default function. Okay, and let's save it. Make sure you will import that in a home page, so let's import it here. So in this case is video course list. If I save it, uh why it's not showing? Oh, yeah, if you see, right, it's showing the video course list over here, right? I'm using the emulator, that's the reason it's little bit slow. Okay, now first of all we want to fetch the data. Okay, so we want to add the endpoint in our global API. So I will write a new endpoint called get video course is equal to and we have get API. Here we want to add the API. So for this one, I have this API video. The endpoint is video dash courses. Okay, so we'll add it here like this, and make sure once you add it, you will import it. So I will import it here. Get video course. Okay, and save it. Now let's go back to slider.js. Oh, sorry. So you have to go back to the video course list.js where we will fetch this video course. Okay, so I will create a new method. So let's video course, and it will be a async function. Here I will create one called response is equal to. So let's fetch it from global API. Then we have a method called get video course, and here we'll say data. Okay, so in response we'll get the data. Now if you learn the slider, right, if you see the slider, we map this data according to our use. Same technique we are doing here. So I will map this one, so, and I will save it in the result. So response dot data dot map, in this case the item. So make sure you will this all these brackets and everything. Okay, and this first is id, so item dot id. Then the field we want is title description. Okay, so let's say in this case title will be item dot title. In description I will get desk and say item dot attributes. So here, right, we want to mention the attributes because this title contains attributes. So attribute, oh, sorry, item dot attributes dot title, and same here dot description, right? So we want the image, so let's say image. So item dot attributes dot image dot data dot attributes dot url. So if you see inside this image we have data, inside that we have attributes, and inside that we have url. Okay, and same thing, we will put the video topic directly in one item. Okay, so let's say video topic, and here we can say item dot attributes dot video topic, so it contains video topic and everything. Okay, so we are not mapping this one for now, we'll keep as it is. Okay, if you want to map you can map it. Okay, so let's say v, everything is small, perfect. Now we will store this one in one state. So constant it, video list comma set video list is equal to use state, and I will pass the empty one. And here I will make sure that I will set the value for the video list by setting video list the bracket the result. Okay, so you can print the response if you want. So I will console the result. Okay, but we have to call this method in use effect, right? So you know how use effect will work. So you write in use effect. Okay, I will pass the empty array, and I will just call this once only when this component get load. Okay, and if you see, if you go back to the console, you will see this name and video url everything, right, coming in this particular um what to say, this particular video list. Okay, now we have to iterate it, correct? So in this case again we are using the flat list. Okay, the same flat list. Inside the flat list I will pass the data first. So data is the video list. After that I will render the item. So render item, here I want to render the item. Okay, and here I will define the view. Inside view I will write my code. So after that we have to display the image. If you see this mockup, we have to display the image. That's it, nothing else, right? So just write image. So you'll import the React Native, and then you have to pass the source. So in this case, source is our URL. So I will pass into the URI. Then item dash, we have called source called image, correct? So I will pass the image. Then I will put the inline styling. So style is equal to I will pass the width. In this case, if you learn, right, we are passing the width, but for this course we can give the manual width size, right? So I will give the, for example, 200. Then height will be 100, and let's see how it looks. So if you see, right, it's looking perfect, fine. I think the width and height is okay. I will give 180 here. Okay, now we want it horizontally, so just make horizontal to be true for this flat list and save it. Then apply some styling. So here you can apply the styling for the image, or you can apply for this view as well. I will add image only. So here I can give margin right to be in. Then border radius, I will mark it as a 10. Okay, and save it. Perfect. So, oh, sorry, here we want to say horizontal with true. Okay. And we give some margin from the top. So I will add it here only, style margin top to be 10. Okay, 15. So one more, if you see here, right, we have the title called video course, right? So let's give that title first. So I will add the text here. I will just write video course, and let's give some styling to this one. The style. Inside that I will give the font size be 20. Then font to be font weight, I will give bold and save it. Let's give some little margin from the bottom to be 3. Okay. And this look good to me. And if you see, oh, so if you see this one, right, it's working perfectly fine. Okay, and now I can able to scroll it. You can remove this scroll indicator. So just write horizontal scroll indicator to be false, and that's all. So you will not able to see the horizontal scroll indicator at all. Okay, perfect. So we successfully implemented this video courses particular section. We are going to build this popular course list. So if you see in the UI, we have two different course list, right? One is the basic and another is advanced. Here we are not creating two different components, we are creating only one component for the both of them. Only thing that we will pass the value whether it's a basic uh, course or whether it's an advanced course, okay? And depends on the value we are going to fetch the information. I already created this particular Strapi collection for this course list. Okay, and this is my API response. If you see the API endpoint, I am filtering the data. Depends on the type of this particular course. Okay, and if it's basic, then I'm only facing basic. If I change to advanced, it only fetch the advanced one. Okay, and if you see, the type is advanced now. Okay, also if you want to learn more about the how to filter the data on Strapi, you can go to the Strapi documentation, and here you will find the all different types of operator, and depends on that your data will get filtered out. Okay, so let me show you how I made the this particular collection. If you see, right, I have the name, type, then description, and then I created this components called introduction, not introduction, but if I click on this component, you will see this content and topic and everything, right? So if you want to know this Trappy backend code, let me know in the comment section. So let's go back to our application in VS Code, and this is our application right now. Okay, so let's create a new component we called course list.js. Okay, I will add the default template React Native function, and I'll save it. Now go back to our home.js. Here we will add that particular function. Let's say uh, course list. Save like this. Now first of all, I want to pass as a basic, the type is a basic course list, right? So I will pass the type which is equal to basic. Now in order to accept this particular uh, prop which we send from the course list, in the course list we have to accept it as a prop. So I will say type. Okay, so when you are passing any value through this component, you have to accept it here so that you can use it, right? If you want to see, let's add the use effect, and inside that I can console this type. Okay, and I will save it. Now let's go back here, and if you go to the console, right, let's bring it down, you will see the type is basic. Okay, in the same way, if I go to the home.js, I will add another one which we can call advanced, right? And now you will print the basic and advanced as well. Okay, because we are using the same component, only difference is passing different type of course. Okay, now let's go back to global API, and here I will add the new API. So let's say get course list, and here I will pass the type, so course type, right? And the endpoint is the same which I created. Okay, so this is the endpoint. I'm passing directly here. Okay, only thing that you need to change this to replace the type with the type which you want to pass, right? So what I will do here, inside that I will add as a type. Okay, and save it. Make sure you will export this one and save it. Now you are ready with the API endpoint, right? Now go to the uh, course list.js component, and here we will call this component. So let's create a new method called constant get course list, which is async. In here you can add the method. So in this case I will write constant response, which is equal to let's say global API dot, in this case is our course list, right? And we have to pass the type, so we already have a type. Okay, this one, and then data. That's it. Now in response we will get the result, right? But we will filter it out the result according to our requirement, right? The same way which we did for our video course. So let's say constant result is equal to response dot data dot map item. So first of all I will add the id, so item dot id. Then we have the name, description. Okay, so let's say uh, name of the course, which is item dot name. Then description dot description. Then so one we forgot that we need to add the attributes, because it and the name and description is in the attributes, so make sure that don't forget it, otherwise you will not get the result. Okay, like this. Perfect. Then what else we have, we want the image of the course. So obviously item dot attributes dot image dot data dot attributes dot url. Okay, where we have the url of the image. And the last but not the least, that we have this topics. Okay, so let's say topic is item dot attributes dot topic dot, just I will just fetch the topic here. Okay, and not anything else, so just I write as a topic. Okay, perfect. Now we have all the data, we can console that data, so write console dot result. and just save it. Okay, and if you go back here, okay, make sure you will call this particular get course list inside this use effect. If you see, we get the result, we have all the information which we need. Okay, everything is ready. Perfect. Now we have to display it on the screen. So we will use the flat list. We learned the flat list in the last section only. So just write flat list, and inside the flat list provide the data. So data is equal to, we have to add this data in somewhere in the state. So define one state called constant course list, comma set course list equal to use state. We pass the empty initially, and then we have to set this course list over here. Okay, so set the course list and add the result like this, and this course list we will pass here. Okay, so like just course list, if you see this course list we have to pass it. Okay, if you think name is different because it's C is small, okay, and here C is capital, so make sure that one. Then we have to render the item. So here we will write item, and then inside that I will add the view initially. Inside view I will display this all the course list. So if you see this mockup, right, the first of all we have this image and then this name of the course. Okay, so here I will write the first image, I will display the image, and then we have to add the source. Make sure you import the image in order to get this recommendation, and then source. So in this case the source is our image URL, so I will add the URI, and inside that I will just provide add dot image, item dot image. Okay, then we will give some width and height. Let's give in style, we'll give the width of 100. Okay. We want to give more, let's give 180, and then height is 120. Let's see how it looks. Now if you see, we got this images and the name as well. I added this text as well and it's showing on the screen. Also I added this text as a heading for our course. Just I'm replacing with this video course as a basic course, and we want all advanced course. So okay, so here I will just replace the basic word with the type. So whatever type it is, it will convert into that particular one. Okay, so right, in this case it's a basic course and another is advanced, right? Right now if you see, right, I can't able to scroll on the screen, so I will fix it after this one, right? So first of all, let's put everything in a horizontal line and change and give some styling to this particular course list. Okay, so here I will say width as a 180, and I'll also make the corner to be rounded. So I will have radius, border radius to be rounded as a 10, and we want the flat list to be horizontal, so just say horizontal is equal to true and save it, right? So it will come as a horizontal, and if you see, advanced course list also displaying on the screen. Correct. If you see our this course, right, we have this information as well written below this one, right? So let's change this size also, or I will keep as it is, just I will give some margin from the right. So let's give margin right to be 10, and then we want this background to be white, so I will say style, and the background color to be color of, I will import from the color, and we have the color dot white. Okay, and save it. So we have white color now, and here instead of giving margin here, right, let's make it do margin here. Then you will see this change. Also give the border radius to be 10 here as well. You'll see the difference. Also, we want this text to be padding, so let's add a view here directly, and then we will give the padding for that view only. So I will add and I will put this text inside this view, and for this view I will give style and I will give padding of 10 like this, and then it will show like this, right? And if I move it, it's showing correct. Also, we have to make sure that we will remove this sidebar slide bar, right? So just hide show horizontal scroll bar indicator, which is equal to be false. Okay. And in order to change the layout, right, because it's look like a query, so I will add this width and let's add more and let's see how it looks. This look good to me. Also, let's give some margin from the top, so I style and we'll say margin top 10. Also, one more information we want to display is the lesson, number of lesson in that particular course, right? So we have this topic information, right? So we'll show the length of this particular topic. So for example, let's add the text here, and here I will say topic, okay, question mark dot length. If I save it, you'll see number of length of the topic, right? And let me show you in the response. So here topic we have only two topic, introduction, get started, right? So in that case we will show the number, and after that we have just need to write lessons. So just write like this. After this just write lessons. You see, perfect. We can give some styling to this as well. So give styling this style, and then make the font weight to be bold, and I will increase the font size as well, like this. Okay, and let's compare with our and also I will give the font style to this one. So let's say first of all I will change the color colors dot gray. Perfect. I will keep as it is, okay? Or you can change the font weight light. Font weight I will change to 100. So like this, perfect. And if I scroll it, you will see the course as well. Okay, you can change the height. It's up to you how you want to display. Okay, if I change this height to like this, it will show like this, and I think this is perfect for me. Okay, now we will fix this scroll indicator. Okay, if you see right, I can't able to scroll it, correct? So let's go back home.js, and here we have to wrap this view inside the scroll indicator. So here we have the function called scroll view. Okay, and what it will do, it will allow us to scroll the user interface. If I see right now, I can able to scroll it. So you can learn more about the scroll view on the Expo official website. Okay, it has their own properties as well. Okay, but right now we don't want it, and just we are showing like this. Okay, and if you see everything is looking good. So here the last thing, if you see right now we are getting the basic course title with the b's smaller, right? So in order to fix that issue, in the text, right, you can write text transformation as a css property, and here you can give like capitalize. Okay, so it what it will do, it will capital the first letter of the each word. If you see now, basic course, advanced course, right, and it will fix for us. I hope you understand this particular section. In the next section, we are going to build on the click event. So once I click on this one, right, we will learn how to navigate to the new page. So in the next section is completely about the React navigation and how to do the navigation from one page to another page, right? So that particular section concept we will cover in the next section. So in this section, we are going to implement the React native navigations. So for example, if I click any of this course, right, I want to jump to the next page, right? And that is nothing but a navigation. So navigating from one page to another page. So for that one, we are going to use this React navigation. So React navigation is one of the best library in the market and it is fully supportable to the Expo and the React native apps. Okay. So I drop a link of this React Native to URL in the description, so you can go and check it out. So let's go to the documentation of this one, and here first of all you need to install this dependency. So copy this dependency, go to your project and execute it. Then if you go back here, right, if you are using the Expo, right, then you have to install this additional dependency, and if you are using the bare React Native, you have to install this one, right. Depends on your operating system, you can choose in npm or this yarn. Okay, so let's execute this another one as well. And after that, this rake navigation provide a different types of navigation. So for example, the stack navigation or the tab navigation, if you know about the tab. Okay, so in this example we are going to using the stack navigation because we are jumping from one screen to another and it's completely a stack based. Okay, so go to this hello react navigation. So here in this particular page it explain how to use this particular stack navigation. Okay, so after installing this two dependency, you have to install this stack navigation as well. So execute this line of command, and then here is the example that how to use this stack navigation. Okay, so in our example or in our app, right, on the click of any of this course we have to display this course detail page, right, and which contain the course content and everything. So let's create a page for this our course details. So let's go to the page section, right, and here I will create a new page. So in this case we have to go to the pages folder. Okay, and here I will create new page called course detail. So let's call course details dot js. So here we will add the custom React Native function. So just type RNF and it will create a course detail, right, and save it. Now, in order to add the navigation, right, we will keep all of the navigations files in one folder. So in the app folder, we'll create a new folder called navigation, and inside this navigation, we create a new folder called home navigation js. So whatever the navigation we are doing from the home page, we will add it in the home navigation.js. Okay, and here we have to add the default React Native function. Okay, so we added this function. So if you see this example, right, first of all we need to add one constant, and this is the create navigation, the object we are creating, right. So make sure you copy this one and just use this one over here. Okay, and make sure you will import this create navigate stack navigator. Okay, so if you see this statement you need to import it. So then if you see this example, right, it explain how to use it, right. So first of all we will remove this code and we will add the stack dot navigator. Okay, so this stack is coming from this constant stack object, and then we added this navigator from it, and inside that we can display the screen which you want to display, right. So in this case the stack dot screen. Okay, and then I will close this tag. Inside this you have to define the component. If you see this example, right, we have to define the which component do you want to use for the particular navigation, right. So first of all we will define the component. So component will be your home in this case. Okay, and the name of the component. So for this navigation what name do you want to give? So in this case I will give home and save it. Another thing, we will add one more screen here. So the another screen is our course detail, right? So I will write course detail like this, and the component name will be a course details, and save it. Now it will not work until and unless you have to specify in our app.js file. So I go to the app.js, right? And this navigation you have to wrap it in the navigator container. So if you see this, right, the navigation container, inside that we added this tag navigator, correct? Now we created for our home screen. So I will just put this tag navigator, sorry, this navigation container around the home screen, right? So here I will see, I will put it like this. So navigation container, right? And inside this navigation container we will add our home navigation, right? And here we don't need to specify this home here, okay? So the reason is, let me save this one and let's see whether we are getting the correct result or not. Okay, so we got one error. Let's see what's the error here. Let me keep this down. So it's saying the, so it's in encounter while trying to resolve the module React Native context, because we introduced added a new library, right, new dependency. So let's rebuild this project. Okay, so I will stop this project and I will rebuild it. And now if you see, we are able to go to this our home screen, right? And we are not using this particular home component directly in app.js. Instead that we are using our custom home navigation uh, library, the component which contain the navigation for the home screen, right? Also if you see, right, when we add the navigation you will see this home, the top bar, right? And it automatically get added when you added the any navigation to the screen. So in order to remove this one, right, so let's go skip this one and let's go back to the home navigation. Okay, here you can define whether do you want this particular header or not. So you can get screen options, and inside that you can write header shown to be false. Okay, and let's save this one, and if you see, we remove the header for all the screens. Okay, so this is the first step. Now we able to successfully created the navigation for our home screen, right? Now how to jump from this particular page to another page on the click of this course, right? Now for that one, go to the course list, and here we will add the on click on press function, right? So in order to do that, right, if you remember for our button we added the uh, touchable opacity, right? So we will add it, we replace the view with the touchable opacity because it has a function that we need it, right? So the properties on press event, right? And on the press event we will jump to the another page. So here I will write one method first. Okay, and just write method constant on press course. I will write it, okay, like this, and here I will pass the course information. Okay, that particular course information, and this course information I will pass it. So and just call this particular method from here on press course, and here I will pass the item. So item contains the all the course information, just the selected course. Okay, and if I want to print here console.log course course and save it. Now if you go back to the console, right, and if I click on this one you will see this particular id and the one which we selected, the basic python, correct? Now how to jump to the another page? So first of all you have to define one hook, right, which is called the navigation is equal to, so I define the constant navigation, and here you have to use navigation. Okay, and make sure once you use this make sure to import that one. Okay, and here you have to just define that one. So you can write navigation dot navigate. Okay, and where you want to navigate. So in this case we want to navigate to the course details. So course details, this name should match the name which we give in our navigation, right? So in this case we give the name for the course detail page is course dash detail. Make sure it's matching with this one, right? And then I save it. If I save it, if I click on this one for example, right, and if you see it jump to the course detail page, right? The name is at the top, but if you see it's showing here, right? Now to pass this data from our previous page, right, let's go back to a previous page, and if I pass some data from this page to this page, you have to just define like this. So here after give the comma, and inside this curly braces you have to define uh, the data which you want. So in this case I will write course data and the pass the information which you want to send. So in this case the course, okay, the selected course. So I will remove this console, and you can access it in the course detail page by using this word course data. Okay, first of all I will save it. Okay, now once you pass this data, right, you can accept this particular information over here. So in order to accept this the data which you sent from the previous page, you can do like this constant. You can say param is equal to use route. Okay, like this dot, you can add the params. So from params you will get this particular information. If you want to print it, right, you can print like this, use effect, and like this. Okay, you will console the information. So here I will say course, just write param, that's fine. Okay, and here I will console this particular param value. So just console this one and save it. Now right now we don't have anything. If I click on it, right, you will see this data, right, and we just printed out, and this is our data. Okay, and it's coming from this course detail page from the use effect which we console it, right? Now you can right now if you see, right, this one. So inside the object we have another object called course data. So you can access this course data by using param dot course data. That's it. Okay, the one which we give name here, right? So same name you have to give in order to access the only the object which we need it, right? And then that object we can save, one state. So in this case I will write like this: course set course is equal to use. Okay, and I will just set the course over here using this value. Okay, and I will remove this one. I will save everything, and now in this course we have this course information which is we are getting from the previous page. Now you might have the question why we are sending the data from previous page to another page. The reason is, right, you can also load the data on this page depends on the id, but we already have all the data in the previous page, right? So in order to avoid that loading and making the extra api call, we are sending the existing data to the next page so that we can use it, right? So I hope you understand the React navigation, how to use it, how to install the dependency, and how to write the navigation for the particular page. Okay, and depends on that you can use it. So in the last section, we implemented the React Native navigation in our application. So on the click of any of this particular course, it will go to the course detail page, right? In this particular section we are going to implement this course detail page. If you see our the mockup, we have this course name, the author. Right now we don't have author, but I will put the random one. And then we have the course image, and then we have the small description about the course. Okay, and then we have the course content. So and don't forget we also have this back button as well. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and let me open this one as well. Okay, so here in the course detail page. Okay, first of all, let's add the back button. For that one, I will go to this icons expo and I will search for the back button, and I will take this arrow back button. Okay, so I will copy this import statement, then go to our project and then import it here as our import statement. Then let's go back again, copy this one, and here I will paste it here. Okay, so I will paste like this. If I save it, you will see the back button, right? First of all, let's give some padding. So let's say padding style and the padding of 20, and I will just give some margin from the top, just padding on the top. Then we have the name of the course. So below that, I'll put the name of the course. So I will add the view. Inside view, I will add the text, and here we can define the name of course. So already we are setting this course data in a course variable, right? So just add course and then course name. If I save it, you will see this name of the course. Let's apply some styling. So let's give style, and here I can say font size to be 20, and then I will make the font weight to be bold and save it. And this look good to me. Then another text by the author, right? Author name. So I will say like by Tubeguruji. So if you did not follow my channel or subscribe to my channel, please subscribe to my channel. And let's apply style to this one as well. So let's apply style, and I will sing the color of this one, right? From the colors file, and which is, oh sorry, let's make sure that we're adding color file correctly, and then I want to add the gray color like this. Okay, and if you see, okay, it's gonna look good. Now we will add this the course image. So after this one, let's add the course image. Okay, make sure you will import that course image by from React Native, and then apply the source. So in this case, source is our URL. So I will write URI, and then the URI is course dot image, and then let's give some height and width. So apply some style, and here I can give height of 100. Let's see how it looks, and if you see, it's look good, right? Let's add the height, more height, like this. Okay, and also I will give some padding from the top. So let's give margin from the top. I will give margin, not padding, and the border radius to be rounded. So this is also look good to me. Then if you see, right, we have this about course description, correct? So after this, I can say one more text. Here I can write about course, and so I will use some padding to this one. So margin top 10 first, and then font weight I will use bold, and let's say it looks good. I will also increase the font size. So I will add font size to be 16. Let's see how it looks. I think this will look good. Okay, and then we have this course information. So we'll add the text, and inside that I will add the course dot description, and you see we got this course dot description. Now here we don't want this full course information, right? Then only first three lines we will show. So in the style we'll give the only first three lines. So okay, so let's say number of lines, this is a text property, and we can provide the number of size we want to give, right? So we want to use style. Okay, let's remove the style for now, and let's see how it looks. If you see, right, we only get the first three lines. It's up to you how many lines you want to show it, right? So for example, if I want to show 4 lines, it will show the 4 lines. Okay, and let's give some styling to this. So I will give style, and I will change the color of this one. So color, I will give color dot gray. Okay, and this is perfect for me. Okay, now the next we have the particular course content. Okay, now in order to add this course content, what I will do, I will create a new component, and that component I use for this course content, and then that component I will import in the course detail. So let's go back to our component page. Here I will say course content.js. Okay, and let's add the default function, and make sure you will import that in a course detail page. So after view, maybe I will add this course like this, and save everything. If you see, you get this course content as well. Okay, then here, go here, and let's give some styling to this parent view. So I will add the margin top to 10. Okay, and we have the text called course content. Okay, and it's been bold color. So I will change this course content. Here I will change the style. So let's go font weight to be bold, and also font size to be 16. I say it's look good to me. Okay, now the thing is, right, if you go to the course list, right, and in this particular, oh sorry, if you go to this course detail page, right, we have this course information. Okay, and in that course information we also have the topics, right? If you see this course list page, and here we manipulate this particular result, right, which we are getting from the API. So we have this topic as well. That topic information we need to send it to the course content, right? So we can send only the topic, or we can send the whole course response as well. It's up to you. Okay, so in this case, for the simplicity purpose, we don't know whether what we need in the future, right? I will send all the course data. So let's go here in course detail page, and here you can say course data is equal to, or just write course is equal to course, right? And in course content, accept it as a prompt. So so here I will say course. Okay, now we have the course information here as well. Okay, and inside that we have the topic, and that topic we need to map, we have to what is it, iterate it, right? And that's the reason we need to use the flat list for this course content, right? So I will add the flat list here. Okay, inside this flat list, first we have to provide the data, right? So in this case our data is not the only course, so but it's in the case is course dot topic. Okay, and then we have to render the item. Okay, I will give the question mark because if sometimes the topic is not there, right, then I don't want to fail our application. So that's the reason I give this question mark, which is the optional. So you can say topic is optional. Okay, and render item is let's give the render item, and inside that I will add this view. And now let's just print the topic name. So this is, I will write the text, and this is item dot. So if you see our this course list, right, and we have this topic, and inside topic we have this name called topic, right? So this name we have to show it, right? So I will say item dot topic, and if I save it, if you see, we are getting all the topics name. Perfect. Now the only thing remaining, we have to show this number, this name, and this button. Okay, and we have to use some styling. Okay, so let's add the text here. Okay, and I will add the index here. So index denote the 0 1 2 3 4, right? It given by the flight list when you render the item. So in this case I will just render the index. Okay, and if I save it, you will see 0 1 2 3 4, right? But we want to start it from the 1, so I will just add 1. And now, sorry, I will just add 1, and we'll see 1 2 3 4 5 is coming, right? I will again wrap this to the inside the view. Or okay, I don't want it. Actually, I can apply some styling to this view. Okay, and what I will do, I will display this as a flex, and the flex, and I will make the flex direction to be row. So I want it to be one line, you will see, right? And then we also want to give the button, right? So let's go back here, and here I can search for the play button. So let's have this play button. I want this play button, so I will copy this import statement. I will import it here, and then our render component here. If you see, everything will be there, right? Now let's apply some styling. So first of all, I will add the background to be white. So here I can say background color is from colors. Oh, sorry, not from here. So colors dot white, and then I will also give some margin bottom 5, and I will give padding 10. That's good. Also, in make vertically center, right? I will do the align item to be in the center, so everything will be in the vertically center as well. Okay, and now I will also make the corner to be little rounded. So I will say border radius. Let's do comma here and add the border radius. Be 5 maybe. Okay, and that's good. It's good. So now, if you see this, right, we have this number 1 2 3 4, right? And it's little gray in color, correct? And the font is bold, and some apply some styling to this number as well. So here I will say um, font weight to be bold, then font size to be 20. Let's see how it looks. Okay, that is okay for me. And the color is colors dot gray, and save it. Okay, and I will give some margin from the right. So here I can say margin right 10. That's it, maybe 20. Okay, and if you see, right, this number in one line now, and this text also in the one line, right? Only thing we have to uh, move this icon to the right, correct? So let's apply some styling before to the text first. This text topic text. So you can say font size 20, then font weight bold, and say, if you see this one, oh, we don't want the font size that much bold. Okay, and we can remove this one. It's go like this. Okay, and that is 15 is okay. So for this icon, let's change the color first, right? So here I will replace this black color with the color dot, in this case is capital C, colors dot primary, right? Is blue color, right? Primary, yeah, perfect. Okay, now in order to move this icon to the right, what I will do, I will add the style, and here I will add the position absolute first. Okay, and then I will make right to be 0. Okay, if you see, and then let's give some margin from the left. So let's change the right to be like 5, you see, right? Or maybe 10, and that is okay. If you see this mockup, let's compare the mockup, and it's look good to me. Okay, And now we have the course content. Let's give some style to this, to the flight list. You can give the style to the flight list as well. I just want to give some margin from the top, so I will say 5 here. Okay, 15, okay, like this. And we have this basic course, Python, the about course, everything, right? The last thing we need is pending is, once you click on this icon, right, it's supposed to go on to the back page. Right now it's not workable, right? So let's go back our course detail page, and here we have this icon, right? So wrap this icon with the touchable opacity, so you will get the on press property, so that on press of the any of that icon, right, if I save it, and now it's clickable, right? So only thing, on press of this icon, oh sorry, so let's add the on press, and here you can call the method, right? So in order to use it, right, you have to add the navigation here. So let's add the navigation. You have to use navigation. And in order to go back to the page, right, let's, I will call it here only, okay, instead of creating new method. So I will say navigation dot, we have button called go back, okay, and save this. And if I click on it now, it will go to back page, you see. Okay, perfect. If I click on it, it's going to the back page. Perfect. So one more thing is remaining is, if I click on this video course, right, it's not going to the course detail page because we did not added on press event on this video course, right? So let's go back to our video course page, right? We have this video course list, correct? Here we have to add the on press event. So instead of this view, right, the similar way that we added in the course list, right, if you see this course list page, we added this touchable opacity, and there also we have added this on press event. Same functionality we have to implement here. So I will change this view to the touchable opacity, okay, and I will close the tag, and here then I will add the on press event, okay, like this. I will copy the same on press course here, right, like this, paste it here. Make sure you will add this navigation, okay, so you have to add this statement and paste it here, okay, and make sure you import it. Then just you have to call it here on press, and here you have to send this item information, so it acts as a course, right? And here we are getting that one, so on press course, on press course, right? And save everything. Now if I click on it, right, now it's jumped to the next page. The interesting thing, you are not able to see the about course and course content, because here this map is little bit different, right, the one which we have in this course list page, right? So what I will do, I will change this to description, and if I save it, now you will see this. Let's go back here, let's come again. If you see, you get the description. Same thing, we have this video topic. Instead of that, I will just add the topic. Go back here, come on this page, you'll see the 1 2, okay. The interesting thing, let's open this video on topic API, right? So let's go back our API, and let's open the video topic, video course API endpoint, right? So here we have video topic name called video topic, and inside that we have the name and description, not the topic. So what I will do, I will use the video topic, okay. Already we have the topic information. Only thing what I will do, let's go back course detail page, right, and we are here, we are showing this not here in the course content, right, we are showing uh, item dot topic, correct. But also what I will do, I will write one more condition. If topic is not there, then we let's show the name, okay. So if item dot top so I will say like this, if item dot topic is there, then show item dot topic, okay. Otherwise show item dot name. Save this one, you'll see it's coming up. This is the ternary operator. Just I'm checking whether the topic is there or not. Okay, if it's not there, obviously our uh, logic will decide, okay, this is not the regular course, it's a video course, right? And then it will display like this. Okay, also if you see, right, we don't have this name title of the course, right? So let's go back to the video course list, right? And here we added the title as our, not the name, correct? So same thing we can apply over there, or you can change it here. So I will change this to name and I save it. Okay, and let's go back, come again. If you see, it's coming up now. If you go back, open this one, now it's coming up. Perfect. So I hope you understand and updated this particular section as well. Okay, and we are successfully able to implement the pretty much this home page. Once you open this navigation, you can navigate to the new page and everything. Okay, now the interesting part, once you are on this page, right, and you have all the content which you want to show it on the course detail page, on the click of any of this course, we want to display the screen called the details page, where we are showing actual information, right? Also, not only that one, right, but each screen we have to show like this. So if I click on this side, it will go to the next page and everything, right? So we will implement that particular feature now in the next video. So now, in order to display this particular course chapter content, right, on the click of uh, this in course content, we have to add the navigation first on the click of this one, right? So for that one, let's first add the new page. So here I will add the new page called course chapter.js. I will add the default function. Now let's go back to our home navigation. So inside this home navigation, I will add one more stack screen. Let's add stack dot screen and let's give the name. So in this case, I will give course and then give the component name. Component is our course chapter. Okay, the one which we created just now, and save it. Now we have to add the on press event for this course content. Okay, so let's go back to the course chapter page, sorry, the course detail page, where we have the course content, right? Click on that and then we have this view, correct? So change this view to touchable opacity so that we can add the on press event. I will update this one, and over here I will add the on press event, and here we can add the function directly. So first of all, I will add the constant called navigation, and the reference of that using the use navigation. Okay, now this navigation will help you to navigate to the other screen. So I will add the navigation dot navigate, and where we want to navigate, copy this name of the navigation. So in this case is course chapter. Add like this course chapter and save it, right? And if I hover on this, right, it's and I click on it, you will see it's jump to the course chapter. It's showing the course chapter at the top, right? Perfect. So we successfully able to navigate from the previous page, which is our course content, to the next page, which is our course chapter, right? Here we are gonna display this information. So here in our course list API, so this is the API that we use, right? So I little bit changed this one. So I added this populate topic and also the populate image in order to get the exact data what I want. Okay, and everything as it is, I did not change anything. Okay, so if I go back here, right, I'm getting all these basic course, advanced course as it is, right? So I did not change anything else. So for this course, let's implement the course chapter section. Okay, so right now we, once we came on this page, right, we click on this any of this course introduction, we are supposed to get this information. And if you see, right, we have this back button and everything. So first of all, let's implement the back button. I will copy the back button from the course detail page which we implemented before, right? So I will implement the same back button in course chapter page. So let's implement here. Okay, make sure you will import this touchable opacity, also ioni icon. So let's copy this import from the ioni icon. So this import, right, and I will paste it here. Oh, sorry, not here, in course chapter here. Okay, and then we have to on the back button, right, we have to go to the back button. So what I will do, I will write constant navigation is equal to use navigation. Okay, and it will go back to the back button. Also, similar as per course details page, right, we have this styling. I will copy the same styling and I will paste it for this course chapter page. Okay, for this particular view, and save it. If I click on back button, it will go back, right? If I open this one, it will come here, and if I click on back button, it will go back. So this is working perfectly fine, correct? Now, in a course chapter page, what else we want? If you see this mockup, we have this progress bar. Okay, we will implement later, but before that, we will implement this title Python basic, right? So let's add the title over here. So after this one, I will add the text and we have to add the title. But right now, if you see, right, we don't have any data over here, right? So in order to get the data, first of all, on the navigation we have to pass data to the course chapter. Okay, so from the course detail page we have this in a course content, right? If you go to the course content, we have this navigation touchable opacity on press event, right? So over here in the navigation dot navigate we will pass the data. So in this case we'll pass only the particular selected course contents information. So if here I can say course content and the item. So in item we have this particular data, right? So if you see in item we have this first information, right? This name, basic, and everything means, okay, this first information. In second we have this one, third, like this. Okay, and inside this we have the uh, inside this we have the topics and everything, right? So you can just pass the topic as well, it's up to you. Okay, let's only pass the topic and let's say what we're getting. So here you can say item dot topic, save it. In a course chapter page, let's go back to the course chapter page here, right? You have to accept that as a parameter. So here you have to write constant param is equal to use route, right? So with the help of route you have to accept the parameter which we passed from the previous function. So here what I will do, in use effect I will just try to console this information whether we are getting or not. So in console.log, let's pass the just print this one. So param dot course content, right? And let's save it. Let's open the console. Okay, let's go down. If I click introduction, so getting the introduction only. Okay, so course content getting only the name of the topic and nothing else. The reason is in a code somewhere, right, for example maybe in the course list page, right, how we mapping, if you see, right, we have mapped with the item attribute dot topic. So let's see. So item dot attributes dot topic, and inside topic we have this topic, correct? So that's the reason only passing this information. So what we need everything. So let's go back to course content here. Instead of item I will pass the item and not the topic and save it. Let's go back here, try to open something, and if you see, right, we got everything, I think so. Let's see, we use for course content, yeah, now we got everything. Okay, so here we have to make sure we are just passing item because we are dealing with the topic only in this particular case, right? If you see here from the course, right, we are just passing this topic, you see here, right? That's the reason we are getting just a topic information. We have to access first of all set this information in state. So I will create one variable called constant. Sorry, in this case we will say course, or just we say chapter, and set chapter is equal to use state. Okay, and over here inside this one you can add the set chapter as parameter dot course content, and in the course content you can add the content only. So you can add the content, that's it. Let's this particular content. Okay, make sure the spelling and everything is correct. Okay, so now let's implement the chapter content part. So here we are going to use the flat list. Okay, and then I will tell you how to go to the next content when on the click of the next button. Okay, like this one, on click of next you should go to the next content. Okay, so let's add the flat list first. Okay, then provide the data. So in this case the data is the chapter. Okay, if you see this is our data. Okay, then we will add the render item. So render item function, and here we will add the view. Okay, first, sorry, view. So first we have the title. Oh, right, the Python basic. We will implement this later on, but first we will implement this all other content. So here first we'll add the text, and then item dot. So in this case, right, if you see the if you see this response, right, we have the content, then we have the name and the description. So in this case we want name, so just get name and paste it here and save it. If you see, we get the three names, right, because we have three information on this particular screen, and this is flat list screen, that's the reason it's showing three times. Okay, so next let's give some styling to this one. Okay, so what I will do, I will do style. So let's give font size of 18, and I want font weight to be bold. Okay, perfect. You see it's coming perfectly good. Now in order to display the text, the description, right, so let's add the item dot description. Okay. And now in order to add the description, we just add this item dot description. Okay, and you see all the description for each of this chapter. Okay, now we have to add the input and output. So before that, right, let's add the flat list, and in the flat list just define the reference first. So here what I will do, I will add the reference is equal to reference, and then reference like this. And I already defined one reference called chapters reference, and use that here. So here you can define chapter reference is equal to reference. Okay, so we are using this reference in order to move this. Okay, but before that, now make this flat list horizontal. So horizontal, which is equal to true, and save it. Now it's horizontal, right? And also define one more property here called page enabled. Okay, so what happen if you do the page enable, right, on if you scroll it, right, it will just move to the next section. But before that one, also after adding this page enable, right, make sure for this view you will add some styling. So what I did, adding this style, I'm giving the width with the screen dimension width, and then I'm adding multiply with the 0.85 and margin and padding. Okay, so once I define like this, right, and if I move, right, it moved to the next section completely. And that's what we wanted, correct? But this functionality, instead of scrolling with the with the finger, we will doing with the button. Okay, but before that, let's add the input section. So if you see, right, we have this input on the run button and the output, right? It's quite simple. So I will just copy paste that particular section here. Okay, so under this one I will paste everything as it is. It's simple, just you have to add the view and add the background, some input and everything, right, and save it. So we'll see like this, right? Right now, if you don't have input, it's not showing here, right? So that what you have to do, you have to add one condition. So for this view, right, you can mention here with the if condition, if the item dot input is not equal to empty, right, then you can define this view along with this icon and everything. So I will wrap this view inside one more view, so call this view like this. And after this one I will add that view. Okay, otherwise show null. Okay, as simple as that. And if I save it, you'll see it's not showing anymore. If I click next, so right now we don't have next button. Let me change this particular thing. So on the next, right, here on press event I just added this scroll to index, right? So this is very important property. So here I will change this chapter reference, and scrolling this is used to move to the next page, right? So right now I just moving to the next means one, the page one, right? But that logic we need to implement, and everything else as it is. So save it. Okay, and if I'm go back to go to the next page, right, you will see this particular section. So it's showing the code. If I run this one, you will see the output as well, right? So that particular logic I implemented here only. Okay, when it's done you will see the output. Okay, the source code is available, so the link is in the description, you can check it out. Okay, now the important part is on the click of next button, all right, you have to go to the next page every time, right? So we have to save the index. So you can say current index here, and let's define index at the top section. So you can define one index here, so constant index comma set index. So initially we will give the zero index, so use state, and the index value will be zero initially. Okay, and everything will be as it is. So on the click, right, once we click to the scroll to index, right, we have to make sure that current index will be the current plus one, correct? So what I will do, I will move all of this part in new method. So call on click next, and here let's move to this part. Okay, so constant on click next, and you can do it like this. Okay, also instead of putting the current index, you can pass the index from here, right? So you can pass the index like this, and this index you can pass on click one. So once index is passed here, you can accept it here, and you can just do the index plus one and save it. So let's try. So on click of next is going next, on click of next is going next, on click is finished. Okay, because we don't have any index, third index, correct? So we can handle that issue as well. So that issue you can handle with this, if with the try catch block. For example, if I put the try catch block here, right, catch exception e, you can write console dot e. Now if I click next, you will not get the error. But instead of that, what you can do, you can navigate this you can navigate to the back page. Okay, so what will do, navigation dot navigate, navigation dot go back actually. So in order to go back, right, and save it. Now if I click next, it will go back to this page, right? If I go to get started, if I run this one, right, we don't have any output, that's fine. Go to the next page, everything look good. Go to the next page, it also look good. Go to the next page, and it's work, right? One more thing we need to do here, right? If you check, right, every time even though you did not click the out click on this run button, the output is showing, right? Because let's try it, right? If I came here, right, and there's no output for now, if I click run, the output is displaying. And if I have to go to the next, still output is there, because here we are setting the output value, right? On the when we set run is true, right, we are not making it false. So every time when you click on set run, right, you are making true. On the click of next, you have to make it false. So go back here on the click of next, right? Make sure you are setting the set run to be false and save it. Go back, get started, run, that's fine. Go to the next. See, now go click next. See, it's working, right? Perfect. And so this section pretty much completed. Only thing that is remaining now to order to display the progress bar for this particular chapter. So we'll implement that one now. So in this section, we are going to implement this progress bar. So depends on the current status. Means if you are on the first content or second or third, the progress bar will help you to show the progress of your current chapter which you are working on. Okay. So in order to um, add this progress bar, right, we are going to implement we are going to use this React Native Progress library. Okay, this is third party library, and which is quite easy and quite interesting to use. So you just need to install this particular dependency. So copy this dependency, go to your project, and install it. I already installed it in my project. So once you install it, okay, let's go back to our course chapter. Okay, and if you see, right, here we want to show it, correct? So go back to the components, and here create a new component called progress bar .js. Okay, add the React Native function, and this progress bar is there. Right now, in course chapter, come to this view, and below this view, right, the back button, right, we have this back button. Below this, we will add this progress bar. So just add this progress bar, and if I save it, you will see the name progress bar. Right now, over here we are going to implement progress bar, so I will delete this one and save it. Okay. Now, if you see the documentation of this progress bar, it's very easy to use. You just need to use this progress bar. You have to provide the value, how much progress you want to show, and the width. Okay. So I will copy this one and just paste it like this. Okay. And make sure you will import this progress bar import statement, right? So I will just import this statement and save it. Now, if you see on the screen, right, once you save it, now you can change the size. For example, if I put 0.8 and save it, right, you will see this change, correct? So the value is ranging from 0 to 1. Okay, and the width you can give whatever you want. So in this case, what we will do, we will give the width is equal to the width of the screen, right? So what we will do, we'll update this one, and we'll get dimensions dot get. We want to get the screen width, so let's say screen. Okay, and then width property. Okay, and I will also give the 0.85. Okay, so like this, perfect. Okay, now you can change the value 0.2, for example. If you see 0.4, like this, right, and it will work. Now the thing is, depends on our next button, right? We are going to change this, and we will provide this value to this progress bar.
Okay, so go back to our course chapter. Here what we will do, we will define one constant. We'll say progress, uh, then we'll say progress. Okay, use state. Now this progress will help us to set the value. First of all, what we'll do, initially I will pass the 0. Okay, and also for each chapter, right, I will set this progress bar to 0 first. So I will set to 0. Okay, the value of the set progress bar, it depends, we are going to pass between the 0 to 1. Okay, now if you come back, right, we have this on click next button, and we have this index value, because we know whether this is next first index, or this is second index, or this is third index, right? And depends on that, we have to provide the value. Correct. So here what I will do, I will set the progress. Okay, and instead of providing index, because we want to provide the value from 0 to 1, right, 0 0.5, 0 0.7, right, we have to do some calculation. So what I will do, I will do index plus 1 slash, we have the chapter dot length, right? So we have the chapter, so we know, okay, in this particular course, for example, let's go back here, and in this particular course we have two chapter, right? Or let's go back, let's check bigger one. Okay, so in this particular course, right, we have first, then if I click next, we have second, and again next we have third. So in this one we have three chapters, so that length I am getting it here, and then the current index which I am on plus 1, and then I'm dividing it, right? So you will get the value between 0 and 1. Okay, and just set the value. Now that once you have all the value, right, make sure you pass that value as a props. So here you can say progress is equal to value of the progress bar. So we'll say progress. Okay, so we are passing the value. Go back to progress bar and accept it here as a props. I will say progress. Now this value we have to replace with this one. Okay, and save it. Save everything. Okay, go back now. If I have, say, Python syntax, right now it's 0, nothing is there. If I click next, you see we got the first. If I click next, we got the second. Is fully completed. And if I go next, it ends. Perfect. 1, 2, and 3, right? So this is how it works. 1, 2, right, means half of the you already completed, and this is last one, so last. So this is how progress bar will work. Okay, if you have any question regarding progress bar or anything, let me know in the comment section. Now the next, in the next section, what we are going to do, once this particular chapter is completed, right, and once it user is on the last screen, right, we have to make sure that this button name will change to finish. Okay, after that, clicking on the finish button, we have to make sure we are giving the tick mark here, the other green tick mark, right, the one which we have in the screen. For example, if you see the screen, right, we have this tick mark, so that kind of tick mark we want to give it. Okay, so that particular functionality we are going to implement in our next video. So if you did not subscribe to my channel, subscribe to my channel, watch the complete course for this particular React Native by building the educational app, and we'll see you in the next video.
So welcome back to another episode of React Native building the educational application. So if you did not watch my previous course or previous video of this particular course, then go and watch that first. So in this particular section, we are covering very important topic called to track the user progress when your user complete the particular section. Okay, and that particular data we are storing in our database. Okay, so if I open any of this particular course, right, if I open this one, you'll see that I completed this first particular chapter, right, and it will denote with this green tick mark. For example, if I open this getting started, right, I completed this section. If I click next, right, I'm here, I can run this one. If I go next, you will see this progress bar as well, right? And if I click finish, as soon as I click finish, right, it will jump back to this course detail page. And if you see, right, this tick mark is get display on the screen as soon as you finish that particular chapter. Okay, so this particular section we are covering. So in this particular one, right, once user click on the finish button, right, we are sending all the required information in our database, in our Strapi. So if you go back here, right, and here I created the course progress collection here. Okay, so if I go to course progress, you will see the user id I'm saving, the course id, the course content id, all these things, right? Type is just a dummy variable. But if you see this all the variable in core progress I am storing. Okay, and once we store it, I'm also using the get api in order to fetch that information. So all everything, including this, how to fetch it, how to display it, how to post it, everything we'll learn in this particular section. So now let's implement the course progress, right? So here first of all, in global api.js, right, I added these two endpoints. One is to set the course progress, and this is the endpoint, and I'm passing the data information because this is the post request. And in order to get the course progress, right, I am using this endpoint, and I'm filtering it with the, I'm passing user id and the course id. Okay, so that will get the some result. So now let's save this information. Okay, and let's go back to our course chapter page, right? Here if you see, right, we have finish button on page event, right? So if you come here, right, here we have on click next show, correct, and this is the finish button. So if you go back here, right, if in this catch block we added this navigation dot go back, right? So if you finish it, it will go back to the screen, correct? So over here we will add the uh, our data, means we will post the data in a server. So first of all I will write the constant data, right, and inside that I have to write like data like this, right? And again inside that I have to write the all the field which I need to send it, right? So in this case the first is uid. Okay, so then next field is the course id, and then next field is a course content id. Okay, this one. So these three fields we need it. First of all we have to take user id, right? So with the help of authenticating context we can you can use this user data, and from the user data you can get the user id, right? So it's very easy. You have to do like this, and then use the context and the auth context, right? Because in authentication context we have the user data. So I will just access that id using user data dot id. Then we have the course id, right? So in for this course id, we have to fetch it from the uh, we are getting this parameter, right? From that we can fetch it. So I will just write param dot course id. Okay, because we are passing the course id. So right now we are not passing, but we have to pass it. So for example, if you go back to the course detail page, right, here we have the course content, and not here actually. So if you, when we are navigating, right, so maybe in the course content, right, here we are navigating, right, here we have to pass the this particular variable called course id. So here we will pass the course id. Oh, actually we are passing the course id here, right? If you are not passing, make sure you pass this course id. Okay, and course id is nothing but course dot id, and this course id you have to accept it here, right? We'll give a comma here so you'll not get any error. And the last is the course content id, right? So from the course content we are getting this course content, right? And each course content has its own id. So just to access the id you can write like this. Okay, make sure if you are not passing the course id, you will pass it in the navigation when you are click on the particular content, right? And that course id you have to pass it. Okay, that's all, and save it. Now we have the data. Now you might have a question why we are passing data, right? So here, so let's go back in Strapi post api, and if you search that, right, you will get how what type of all this type of post, right? So create a new entry and everything, right? So for example, in order to post the data, right, this is a get entry, this is a post request, right? If you see, and this is the example. So whatever the field you want to pass, you have to pass in the data object, right? So that's the reason we pass in a data object. Now let's call the global api dot we have to set the course progress. So set the course progress, pass this data information, then and the response. Okay. Now on this response we will go back. So we will write the navigation dot go back and save it. Okay, as simple as that. Now let's try it and make sure we are getting some data. So I am here, right now we have only let me check, we have, so we have three records. Okay, so what I will do, I will go to the introduction and let me go back. So right now we don't have anything, go back introduction, run this, we don't have anything, and finish. Okay, so we try to push the data, let's refresh it, and if you see we got the new record 113, right? The course content id is 3 and the id is 4. Okay, and we got this data. Perfect, that is what we want. Now we are successfully able to set the course. Okay, now let's go back to our course detail page. Okay, over here we will fetch this particular data. Okay, all this data by using the user id. Okay, so first of all what I will do, um, let's just define the new method. Okay, so let's call constant get course progress. Okay, and the arrow function. So here we'll define global API dot get course progress, and over here you have to pass two parameter. If you see, right, user ID and course ID, correct? So make sure you will add the you will get this user ID from the user context, use context, the one which we are using, that which is the auth context. So I will write like this: user data comma set user data is equal to use context. Make sure you input the all the model, and then we have the authentication context. Now we have the user data dot id which we needed, and the second is the course id, right? So course id in this case is parameter dot course data dot id. Okay, I'm not using the course dot id, I can use it, but sometimes, right, when you set this value for this particular course it not immediately reflected, right? So that's the reason I'm using parameter, because parameter has very initially we are getting this value, right? So that's the reason I'm using the parameter dot course data dot id. Okay, then then we have response. Okay, now we are getting the response. So if you write like console dot log response dot data, because in this is Axio, so we our response is will be in the response dot data, right? I will write here my response like this. Okay, and save it. Now if you check here, right, if you in the console, sometimes console will not work properly, but that's fine. We will ignore it. Okay, and we will just set the data. Okay, so here I will add the new state. It's called constant user progress comma set user progress, oh sorry, progress, and is equal to use state. Okay, inside this I will set the user progress data. So here, right, first of all I will manipulate the data, so I will check response dot data. Okay, dot data, because I need the actual data, and here I will check, I will manipulate the data as I say, right? So I will say constant result is equal to response dot data. Then I will map it, okay, like this, and I will just copy the existing code. Okay, so I am adding ID, the course ID, and course content ID, which we are getting from here. Okay, and that's all I needed, right? And this result I will set like set user progress for set user progress. Perfect, that's all. Okay, now make sure you will call this one, right? You have to call this particular one only when you have this course data.id. So here you can write
param dot course data dot id. If it's available, then you can call this function. Otherwise, don't call it, and I will pass it as a null. Okay. Now once it call it, right, it will set the value, and that value you have to pass to this course content, because we have to set this symbol, right? So what I will do, I will write course um, user progress is equal to user progress. Okay, progress. Okay, and access this particular parameter in course content. So if you go to course content, here you have to pass it like this, right? User progress, that's all. Correct. And let's try to print it out here. So in use effect, I will print the value like this. So I have the user progress, and let's save everything. Okay, so if you see, right, this is the user progress, and we are getting value, right? We are getting three value for this particular course id, and the course particular course id and that particular user only, right? If you see, the user id is the 111 right now. Don't ignore, because course id is also matters. Okay, and that's what we get it. If it's a duplicate, obviously sometimes it avoid it, right? So don't worry about that one. So we have all the data. Okay, and now what you have to do, you have to add one method to verify, to check whether this particular course is completed or not, right? So in order to add that method, you have to go to the in the course content only, right? You have to check the user progress, and here you can check user, you can add one method. Okay, and over here you have to just pass the id. So here you have to pass the course content id, right? Means because uh, here, right, here only we will add that method. So right now what I will do, I will just write the content id to check each content, right? And then I will return true or false, depends on the condition. For example, in this case user progress, I in this user progress, right, because we have the data, I will find from the item with the item dot course content id is equal to content id. Okay, this content id, if it's find in this particular user progress, it means this user already completed the particular course. Correct. And then we will show the check mark. So make sure this check user progress you will call somewhere here like this, right? So um, after this index plus one, right, we will add that condition. So right now what we have to do, let's add this icon. This is a check mark circle icon, and I also applied some color and everything. And the condition is quite simple, right? So condition is just you have to check whether the progress, check user progress, you have to call, and you have to pass the item id. Okay, and if it is true, then show this icon. Otherwise don't show anything. Okay, and if I save it, right, if you see, right, you got this icon. Correct. Go back, come here, you see, because two of this particular course is completed, that's the reason it's showing. Correct. But now we don't want to show this one and two, we just want to icon if it's completed, right? So what you have to do, you have to cut this text and put it here instead of null, right? So if the course is not completed, then show this text, otherwise show the icon. If you see, it look like this. Perfect. Right, I hope you understand until this point. Now next, let's go back, let's try to come on this particular page. We are getting perfect or everything ready, right? Now if I try to complete this python syntax, go to the next, go to the next, and finish it, right? You see, we completed the third of the chapter, but it's not showing it, right? But if you come back and go to this basic course, it will show it. Now this is the glitch, you can say, right? Because even though you finish first time, you will not get showing in first time, but you come back and come to this course again, then it will show. So in order to resolve that issue, right, go to the course chapter, and if you remember, right, we added this navigation dot go back. Correct.
So what we will do, we will little bit modify it. So I will remove this particular one and just add the navigate. So okay, so we actually navigate it instead of calling the go back function from the navigation, right? So we'll navigate it. So navigation of the name of our the navigation is the course details. Okay, sorry, course details. And then we have to pass some parameters here, right, in order to trigger the use effect from the course detail page. So I will pass the params, and here we will pass the course content id. Okay, is equal to param dot course content id, sorry, course content dot id. Okay, and one more important parameter, you have to write merge, and you have to provide the value as a true. Okay, this is very important. Once you navigate to the course detail page, right, go to the course detail page, and over here, right, in this course detail page, here you have to define one value in use effect. So here you have to call the use effect maker, because this use effect method help us to fetch the value from the user progress, right, particular course progress. So in order to execute this line of command, right, it means this particular use effect, you have to pass the parameter, that is parameters dot the one which we define here, right, the course content id. Okay, what we'll do, when you navigate it, it will check, okay, this value is changed, and once the value is changed, right, then it will call this use effect. Okay, remember, when you use the navigate dot go back, it will not call this use effect, because you just go back to the previous page without doing anything, right, because that's the reason content will be same, you are not calling any new api. But when you implement this kind of navigation, right, and passing the parameter and merge, you mention the true, that time it will execute this use effect, and it will execute our two methods which we need, right. Now if I save everything, now try to, okay, let's go back here. Okay, let's try to complete this python comments, right. If I here next and finish it, now you see python comment is completed. Now without doing anything, right, we don't go back and don't need to do anything. If I go back, still is there, right. Let's try on different course. So I will select this advanced python, and only two content are there, right. So try to complete the first one, select next and finish, and if you see, it's completed. Perfect. So I hope you understand this particular section. I know this video is going getting longer. So in the next part we'll see another part of this particular course, and see you in the next video. If you did not subscribe to my channel, subscribe to my channel and watch all the previous video. If you have any doubt, any error in the doing anything, you can dm me on my instagram channel, or you can put in the comment box. And if you really like this video, please press like button. Thank you. So in this section we are going to implement video course to view the video. Okay, and we are integrating the youtube video in our applications. If you did not watch my any of this video of this particular course, then you can watch before watching this particular video. Okay, so today we are going to build this particular section. Let's walk through what we are going to build. So if I open any of this video course, right, I'm talking about the video course, and you will see everything as it is, the similar the other course we have, right. And then go to the course content. In this case, if I open the course content, you will see the video. You can play the video and the description, right. I can able to play this video, I can able to forward all of these things, because this is the youtube integrated video. You can go back and everything will be as it is, right. So we are covering this particular section because we already completed the course listing and everything here, right. So we pretty much completing going to complete the application. The remaining part is video course, so we are completing this particular section. So currently, if you check the application, right, and if you go to the video course and you open any course, right, it jumping to the course chapter page. That is our default page which we implemented for the all other courses except the video. Okay, so now first of all, let's go to the course content page, right? Here, if you remember, right, we added this navigation, okay, and it's going to the course chapter page. But when the navigation is the of type video, we don't want to navigate to the course chapter page, and we want to create a new different page, right? So first, what I will do, I will remove this particular line of code from here, okay, and I will create a new method, constant on on chapter page, on chapter page, and here I will add that condition. Okay, this need to be arrow function, okay, like this. Make sure the item is here, right? So we have to pass the item here. So here I will say course content, and this course content I have to pass it here. Okay, so just call this method on chapter page here like this, okay, and you have to pass this item value, okay, and save it. If you go back and you back any of this particular one, right, and let's make sure it's working, and now it's working, okay. Now what you have to do, you have to differentiate whether you are opening the video course type or the basic regular course, right? So for that one, let's go to our course list, right? So we have here course list, and somewhere, and we also have the video course list. So if you go to the video course list here, when we are navigating to course detail page, we are passing the course data, right? Along with that, we will also pass, sorry, along with that we also pass the course type, okay, and here I will say video, and same course type I'm going to pass in a course list as well, because we also have the course list where we are going to the course detail page, right? So here as well I will pass it to course type as a text only, okay, just to differentiate, and save it. Now in a in course detail page, right, we are getting this course type using this parameter, correct? So what you have to do, you have to pass this course type to this course content, right, and we are using this component in order to pass it, correct? So here what I will do, I will just write course type is equal to parameter dot course type, okay, and this course type now available over here, right? Just need to accept it here like this, course type, okay. Now we have the course type, okay. You have to write the condition, if the course type is equal to text, then navigate to this particular course chapter page, okay. Otherwise I will console it, and it will say this is video course, okay, perfect, and save it. Now let's trace it, okay. So we have this console open, I will open it like this. Now if I open the basic Python, this is a text based course, right? If I open any of these, right, I'm okay. So when I open this, right, it's navigating to course chapter page, correct? But now if I come back and if I open video course, right, and open any of this course, it's just saying this is a video course. It means it's not going to this course chapter page. That is what we wanted, correct? Now what we will do, we will navigate to some other page. So for that we'll create a new page in our page folder. So go to the page folder, create a new page called play video.js, okay. Add the default template, so React Native function, okay, with this shortcut, and you will get this default template. Now you have this new page, right? You have to make sure that in the navigation you will add this particular screen in the stack, right? So just copy the existing one, replace this name, I will give name this to the play video, and the component name, right? So here in this case is play video, and save everything, okay. Now go to the our course content page. Here copies the same existing navigation and paste it here, right? Now here is thing, right, you can optimize this code. Obviously you can just change this navigation and keep as it is, it's up to you, right? But as this course is a beginner friendly, I will keep things separate little bit, okay. Now here, in order to instead of navigating this course chapter, I will navigate to play video, okay. And when the course type is not a text based, it means the course type is a video, and save it. Now if I click it on this interval, you see play video is coming, it's very at the top, correct? So let's me give some padding here. So I will add the inline styling, and I will use some padding 20 from all side and margin from the top. It's a 10. Or is it 25 and save it. You see, play video is coming. That is what we wanted. Now let's add some UI. So first of all, we will add the back button, then our chapter name here and the video and then description. Okay. So first of all, let's add the back button. Okay. So if you know, we already added the back button in the course detail and course chapter page, right? So I will just copy paste here like this. I will import all the statement which we wanted. So now make sure you will import all statement. Okay. And the one more which we now need to install is ioni icon as well. So make sure you will import the ioni icon. Okay. And you have to use the navigation as well. You see the button is coming. So for navigation, I will add the constant navigation is equal to use navigation. Okay. Perfect. Now if I click on this button, it will go back to the previous page. Okay. Now back button is working. Now also in the play video, right? If you go to this play video, oh, sorry, we already have in play video. So we will accept the parameter because when we jump it from this course content, we have this course content, right? And that need to accept it here, okay, as a parameter. So here I will write use param is equal to use route, okay, and then the parameter which we want, right here like this. And I will accept that we will store it in use state. So I will add the use state first. Okay. And also we will add the use state here. So constant then video chapter set video chapter is equal to use state. Perfect, like this. Okay, I will pass it empty. Here I will set the video chapter and is parameter. And if you go back, right, we want the course content. So the parameter dot course content, and now we have this video chapter available in the video chapter. Okay, correct. Next we will add this text here, right? So what we'll do, I will write one condition. If the course video chapter is available, then only show the information, right? So I will write like this: if video chapter is there, I will add wrap it everything in view. Like this. Okay. Otherwise it show null. Okay, and we'll put this text inside this view. Okay. Now here what I will do, you want to show the title, correct? So in order to show the title, just write video chapter dot name, right? Because in the field name called name, it is in the video chapter data, so that's what we are calling, right? And if I save it, you will see the introduction like this. Okay. Also add some inline styling. So I already have some styling, I will add like this. So okay, so just make the font bold and the font size is increase. Okay. And also we'll keep some space to this video, and then we will add the description as well. Okay. So I will just copy paste the existing code which I have, and I will paste it like this, right? And I'm accessing this description using the video chapter dot description. That's all. You see, video description is coming. Now the important part is came here to display the YouTube video, correct? So for that one, I am using the third party library. The link in the description. This is the React Native YouTube iframe, okay, which is available on GitHub. So you can access it. The link is in the description. So for our Expo application, right, first of all we have to install the web view, right? If you click on this Expo app installation, you will open this web view. Make sure copy this line of command and then execute this one in your project. Okay. Once it install, go back to this particular documentation, and then you have to install this particular dependency which is for the installing the YouTube iframe. So go back to our application again and execute this one. Now if you go to the basic views, right, here you will see how to use this particular YouTube player, right? So I will just copy this line of code, right? You will see, right, this is the YouTube player, and this is the some of the callback function, and also using the use state in order to play the video or not, right? So I will copy this one. Okay. And before this description I will paste like this. Okay. And you have to make sure that you will add this iframe. Okay. So add this iframe. Also I have to add this line of code because we are using this playing use state here like this, and this particular on state change as well. So I will add it like this. So after this I will add, and okay, I think it's playing also came here. I will keep it like this. Make sure you will import this use callback. Okay. And remove this alert because we don't want it here like this, and save it. Right now, once it's saved, right, it will show you the video, you see. Right now this is the default video because it provides the default id, right? So we will replace this id with our video id. So in this case, video chapter dot video url. So url contains the id of the video, and if I save it, you see it's coming back, right? You can decrease the size. I will put it to 20, the space between this one, and voila, it's working. Right now if I go back, open this different video, and you see it's showing the title, it's showing the different, okay, second number video, and the description, the different video it's showing every time, right? And if I play the video, you see it's playing with the video as well. Okay, that's all. So I hope you understand this particular section. If you don't, if you have any question, any doubt, please comment in the comment section, or you can dm me in on my Instagram channel and the YouTube channel as well. Okay, or you can do on my Telegram as well. And if you not yet subscribe to my channel, subscribe to my channel. And next course is coming, so maybe in the next course, right, we will just a little bit do some changing, and also we will publish this application on the App Store and Play Store. So we are in the final section of the this particular course called Build Educational App Using the React Native. So today in this particular section, we are going to export or publish the APK file so that you can install in your real device, as well as you can share it with your friends. Okay. So just go to the Google and just search for the Expo Build APK, and you will find this first link called Build APK for Android emulator and devices. Okay. Here, Expo recently made some changes. Okay. There are two things. So for example, if you want to install the this particular application directly to the Android device or emulator, then you have to export with the help of .apk file. In order to publish the app on Google Play Store, then you have to be extension with the .aab file. For this particular section, we are going to export .apk. Okay, and then I will let you know how to do it. Okay, the step by step. So first of all, if you don't have any .es.json, so make sure it is there. If it's not there, then create one. Okay, so if you see I have the .es.json file, and then copy this whole code. Okay, in build preview everything, and paste it in your project. Okay, so if you see preview, the build type is apk, the preview 2, preview 3. Okay, the development was previously there, so I kept as it is. Okay, I just added this build line of code. Okay, then you just need to do this line of command. Now you can run your build with the following command. Then you have to put EAS build p android profile and preview. Okay, and then you can run this particular apk as well. Okay, so for example, let's copy this line of command, go to your project. Let me put application like this, open a new terminal, and paste it here. Okay, also you have to make sure in app.json, right, the slug name will match the name of the application, which is very very important. Okay, otherwise it will throw error. So make sure the slug name and this name will match. Okay, And once you build this es build android profile view, right, then it will ask you some question. Before that, I will let me explain a couple of things, right? So preview is the name of profile, you can give whatever you want, okay? And this is the profile, obviously is there, but preview you can give as it is, right, as I say. So let's execute this line of command. So it will take some few seconds. So it's saying the slug of the project identify extra educational app does not match the slug field, okay? So this slug name is need to be like this, actually its profile is like this. So let's try it now. And if you see, I don't get any error, okay? And if you see start uploading to the EAS, okay, and if you see waiting for the build to complete, you can press Ctrl C to exit. So right now our build is in process, okay? You can search it by clicking on this particular link, okay? Right now we are on free tier, so I think 30 bill you can make it every month for free, okay, which is more than sufficient for any developer. And let me refresh it. Let's say view build. So here you have to log in it, okay? I will log into my expo.dev account, log in it, okay? And here you can select the project which you want, okay? So in this case is a educational app. So let's check, and it's, if you see, right, it's getting built, okay? So right now it's in the build, so it will take some time to build it, okay? And then we will wait for some time.
A few minutes later.
Now, if you see, our build is finished and the APK is generated. If you click on control and on this particular link, it will open browser and immediately it will download APK for us. Okay. Now this APK you can send it to your device and it will get installed immediately. Okay. Also, you can instantly run it on your Android emulator as well. Okay. Now the next thing, the way right now you can just send on email, or you can share this APK with your Google Drive or anything, right? Second way, you can share this with your friends and family by going here. If you go to your localhost 19003 port, let me reload this one once. Maybe this one. Okay, yeah, here. So here we have option called publish or republish project, right? Click on that one, enter the all the information, okay, and just click on publish project. Now what it will do, it will publish your application on expo .dev, okay, and then you can access this particular application. So let it finish this publishing, and we will wait for some time.
A few minutes later.
Now if you see, our uh, pro- project is get published successfully. Click on this one, expo.host. Once you click on it, right, you will see this your app icon, this education app and everything, right? Now anyone can scan this QR code by going to the Expo Go app, and they can able to access your application, okay? Or you can just share this link with your friends and family, and once they have the Expo Go app, it will get installed immediately, okay? So here you can publish, make it publish or something. You have a lot of option to do it, right? So this is the another way you can publish it. Also, if you want to share this with your friends and family, then let's go to the Firebase console, okay? If you don't have one, then create a new one, okay? And there you have option called in the release monitor, you have option called app distribution, okay? Inside the app distribution, you can just drag your apk file and paste it here, okay? I already did it, see, like this, right? And then you can copy this link, or you can send it to anyone, or you can add the test group or the test user, right? So I added these two people, and you can see who you invited, who can get access, and who downloaded this particular apk as well. So all this analytics will, you can able to see it in your Firebase console, okay? So this is the one of the best way that distribute your application for free, okay? So you have the invite link, you can create a new invite link if you want, depends on your domain or something like that, right? Or you can create a test group as well, okay, for the all the testing team or anything. Now, that's all for this particular section, and I hope you like this whole tutorial of building the education app using the React Native. If you did not subscribe to my channel, please subscribe to my channel, and thank you for the 1000 subscribers. Also, if you have any question or any doubt, please comment in the comment section, or you can DM me on my Instagram channel at the rate Tubeguruji, or you can join my Telegram channel as well. So, guys, I hope you understand everything. So, guys, thank you, and that's the end of this particular series of building the React Native education app. So, see you in the next tutorial.